Live. Ooh-wee.
Howdy there. This is kind of nervous, or making me nervous, but we're gonna get through this.
Yeah.
This is technically AOV, but we're doing a bit of a one-shot for the Only War system for 40K, which is a tabletop RPG made by Wargaming. Today I'll be the DM. My name is Seth, so I'll be playing the Warp, quote-unquote, starting from the top.
Hello, I am Astar Stop.
There's a gun to your head right now, I swear.
No.
Hello, this is John, and my name is Kazakh Rayner.
Hello, I'm Carson, but I will be playing Lucian Smuck.
Hey guys, my name is Darian Jewell, and for this I'll be playing Rennie Rico.
Oh,
Hello.
hold on.
Yep.
We gotta introduce Shrek and Fiona.
Yes.
Shrek and Fiona is also here. You'll find who those are, but I will be also playing them technically.
Also, we've got Nathan, Joelle, and John and Skylar as well.
Nice.
They're here. Just don't look at the fact they're not in the chat.
Yeah.
All right, Token.
Hello. I am playing a robot today. His name is going to be Lex Call, and he has a servitor named Mouse.
I was halfway expecting you to say Lex Luthor.
So this is Warhammer, so in the grim darkness of the far future, there's only war. Starting off, we'll be jumping into the future a little bit to where our characters currently find themselves. The night's been long and very dark. The elements unkind and harsh to you and your battalion. You sit with your war gear, cleaning it off as the rain beats down upon you, your comrades watching your back. You charged their line how many times? 2, 4, 10? How many men did you lose along the way? 10? 100? Perhaps 1,000? Maybe more. It felt like days, but it's only been a few hours. The conflict continues to escalate and things are not getting better for either side. Looking over the trenches, you can see mounted machine guns and las guns pointing downrange towards you. You can see them moving behind their trenches frantically. Chaos has overridden their desire to serve the Emperor, but thankfully you haven't been tainted yet. Glancing around you, you can see your fellow guardsmen, sweat dripping from their brow, some praying to the God Emperor to save them, but most looked dead. Their eyes glossy and hazy. They had never fought as hard as they were today. They'd seen hell and didn't wish to return to it. You'd heard rumors that Vashima Solanus, your governor militant, was to give a speech before the next charge. He didn't typically come down from his war tent to walk amongst the soldiers, but this was a big deal. Thinking of it, you can actually spot his general's cap, his black trench coat rising and falling with the heavy winds. On his hip, a power sword and plasma pistol, red sashes and medals adorned his coat. He walked through the trenches, glancing down at his men who sat with their backs against the muddy terrain, his expression cold and calculated, but his eyes spoke of something else. What was it? Worry? Worry that you were losing? You wonder how you got there, but it didn't matter as his voice snatched your thoughts. Guardsmen! It has come to my attention that most of you have cast aside your faith in the Emperor and have shadowed your hearts with doubt. He moved amongst your ranks. Most men looking up at him as he walked past them. Most would tell you to stop or you'll be shot dead. Most would say that this is heresy and you better continue to do your duty, lest ye be judged by the God Emperor himself. But I'll say no such thing. I beseech you, answer me this. What is the strongest weapon in the guard? He stood upon a small wooden pedestal, a thick wall of iron guarding his back from enemy fire. He looked around at the guardsmen and answered, "Is it the war machines of the Golden Age that provide us with the strength that we need?" Some nod their heads at it, but others seem to not even resonate with his words. "No, it is not. Is it the vast legions of Astartes behind his fist?" He glanced around again, and most of the men were nodding their heads, but he interrupts everyone's thoughts with a loud, "No! It is not, I tell you. Is it the guard in its entirety with their commissars and their generals? The guardsmen are now shaking their heads as they assume the answer that comes next. No, he continues. Is it the Navy and all of its battle cruisers lined up just off site Holy Terra? No, his voice picks up in gusto. So I ask of you men, what is the most important weapon? Everyone looks around with curiosity, wondering the answer. Hope. It is hope, for if our men lose hope, they lose their strength. If we lose hope, we lose the Emperor's light, which guides us to victory. Is it not hope that's gotten us this far? Is it not hope which has driven us to continue this gruesome fight? Some of the men seem to get a little inspired, nodding their heads in agreement. Others seem to stand up, awakening from their dead sleep. So men, I beseech you to stand with me. In the Emperor's light, stand with me and face these unholy abominations at the other end of the field. Stand with me in this dark night and rage against it. Do not let the light die out amongst us. Shout at the enemy that we won't go quiet, or we shall rage against the dying of our Emperor's light. He pulls out his sword and plasma pistol, adrenaline pumping through everyone's veins as they can sense a charge is coming on. Though what was once fear and doubt has now been replaced by vigor and strength. You stand up, ordering your comrades to get ready, as this was going to be the final charge. You could feel it. Guardsman seemingly ready for death or victory. He turns towards the enemy and points his sword at them, shouting with extreme rage as lightning crackles across the blade. Enemies of the Imperium, hear me! You come here to die! The immortal Emperor is with us and we are invincible. His soldiers will strike you down. His machines of war will crush you underneath their treads. His voice echoes out into the night trenches as the rain picks up, thunder and fulgrim striking down on the ground in front of you, between the enemy lines as if the God Emperor is empowering you all, telling you to charge. His mighty guns will bring the very sky crashing down upon you. You cannot win. The Emperor has given us his greatest weapon to wield. Hope! Hope and faith! That we shall leave this battlefield victorious, while you will be taken by the earth beneath your feet, damned to chaos and her demons. So make yourselves ready, for we are the 4th Iron Guard Division, and today is our victory day. He lets out a battle cry which surges to the heavens, the tension that had been building breaking, and the guardsmen about him. In one fell motion, they surge over the top of the trenches, whistling and gunfire crackling out through the night as lightning strikes down in front of you, sparks flying up around you, going forth into the oblivion that awaits them ahead. Before this, though, you had a story, and that story was on a war station orbiting the planet Nottis 36, the Bane of Heresy, they called it. Chapter 1 is getting started. So, you go back in time. You're standing amongst your comrades. You have been selected and removed from the rest of your ranks. Looking around, you can see what looks to be a tech priest, though you don't see too many of them, so it's kind of curious to see one out this far. You can see what looks to be a Ministorum priest, which makes sense as fellowship is a big part of every, battalion. You can see a medic, of course, because if anybody gets hurt, you're going to need somebody to patch you up. You can see a commissar, and with him about 4 comrades. You wonder what he's doing away from the front lines, but it didn't matter. You can also see somebody carrying a huge gun, so you can take that that's a heavy weapons specialist. Whatever it was, it must be very important as you were graduating the top of your class. Mishima Solanas walks amongst you, his hands clasped firmly behind his back as he examined all of you. He didn't speak a word, his eyes just glazed over you as he examined the room, its contents, and most importantly you. About 5 minutes or so passes, and the doors open. A man walks through. He's abnormally tall. He's about maybe 6'5", 6'7", which in the Imperium is rather tall. Most people are below 6 foot. He's dressed all in black, and he seems to have a power sword, though you can't really tell on his hip as it is sheathed. He also does have an odd black revolver-like weapon that has a red cylinder, but it's more of like a sphere, which is being orbited by these black rings, which seems to be like maybe a plasma pistol of some kind. He walks in, and then Vishima seems to give him a nod and a little wave and walks out. He faces all of you. His voice is rather proper. He says, "My name is Aureus Grimma, and you will be under my command from this day forward. You'll be acting as acolytes for me. I am from the Inquisition. If you'll grab your things, we're going to head to my ship. There's a Valkyrie dropship in the hangar bay. I'll meet you there." and he just seemingly walks out towards the hangar bay. Around you are your bunks and your belongings. I'm gonna give you guys this time to RP and pack your things.
As Arius kind of walks out and the door closes, Lucian will say, "Yes, sir," and he'll begin to pack his things.
Rennie will start packing his things, but he more or less commands his comrades to do most of the packing.
Sir.
Take commands from other beings.
Star's going to also pack his things and tell his 4 comrades to pack their things as well.
Kazric doesn't have too much to pack up, but he does have a huge case full of various vials. What you'd assume to be a medkit.
I tell my servitor to pack up my things for me.
So, does anyone here know what we're going to be doing as part of this Inquisition?
Dewey gone?
So, from your knowledge, as the Storm Priest, you know that the Inquisition is a separate entity from the Imperial Guard. There's no real relation to each other besides that you fall under the God Emperor still. The Inquisition deals with heretics and heresy as an internal threat more than an external. So, think of it this way, while the Imperial Guard is going out to fight Xenos and take back planets, you're monitoring the interior and the planets already taken for heresy.
Well, most likely we're going to be a little more under the table. Not necessarily in the front lines, but maybe a little under, in places we already have a foothold on.
Oh, and here I was hoping for a proper fight, getting there in the muddy trenches and such. But, orders are orders.
Wouldn't you love to do that, Rico?
Shut up, Kazric.
Hey. Let's try to have some
Sounds
fun
wonderful.
here.
Fun with Kazric?
What's wrong with Kazric?
Survival with Rico.
This man here has a stick so far up his ass, you can see it pointing out of his mouth.
That is a good
I'd rather-
analogy, but why is that? Why do you think he acts like that?
Beats me.
Well, I'd rather have a stick up my ass than a barrel down your throat.
Okay, Kazric, and I'll put my hand up. We need to hold our calm.
Sometimes I wish for my humanity. Other times, I look at you.
Hey, do you want to go, robot freak?
Go where?
Oh, never mind then.
It's funny that you think I don't understand sarcasm.
So you do understand sarcasm?
That's for you to figure out.
Okay, well, anyway, I don't know about you, but I'm kind of excited, to work kind of a job, a specific task.
Have you never been assigned anything else before?
Well, occasionally, I haven't really been outside, so...
What
Okay.
home do you hail from, Lucian?
Excuse me, what?
What home do you hail from?
Well, not to, brag, but I was not exactly the top of my classes. I really didn't do that well. But people said that I had a fair personality. So that's really where I am today.
From my experience, classes mean nothing. Well, once you're in a proper fight, that's where you learn a real something.
Of course, but you also have to have someone keeping you wanting to fight.
Yeah. And that's our God Emperor.
Of
Blessed he.
course.
Amen.
Tech at those words, the tech priest or he's going to pull out an incense bearer.
Okay.
He's just gonna have some incense. That's all.
Yeah, so you see the tech priest. Speaking of tech priests, most of them wear goggles, which are thick and typically cover up their whole face, along with a gas mask.
I
Covered
have
in-
all of that, but I
Yeah.
also have a hood, so it's actually kind of hard
Yeah.
to see everything.
Yeah, so basically you can't see any skin. He's covered head to toe in red cloaks, little symbols of cogs on it. Most of his skin seems to actually just be machinery. And peering into the goggles, you can't see eyes or anything of the sort. But he sits down and he pulls out this incense and begins to hover it around him, filling up the room a little bit with some smoke. Now, typically, you may think that this is a bad thing, but it's actually a very good thing. He's blessing you all, essentially. But
Are we aware that's a good thing?
more than likely, yes. As
Okay.
in the Imperium, it is very known that if you attach any scripture to a weapon or body part, or if you mark
It's very
it down,
holy.
yeah, it's it basically empowers your weapons or gear, and incense is one of those things that does that. It's very common knowledge. Which those are actually things that you can get, are scriptures to attach to your weapons. So,
cool.
you guys, eventually you all get your things packed, and you begin to head out into the hangar bay. There are lots of guardsmen walking around. Some of them are clambering into other Valkyrie dropships, but your dropship seems very different. While other ones are maybe green in tint or gray, and just have some typical Imperial Guardsmen quotes or insignia on them, yours is a black ship that seems that it would blend in with the space around you, unless of course it's docked. And on it is a giant eye with a circle around it and 3 lines through the middle of it and a skull in front of it. And it's a golden insignia, symbolizing the Inquisition.
Very
Inside,
beautiful.
inside of it, you can see the Inquisitor standing up. Describing him a bit more, he does have a full face covering. It's not like a gas mask; it's more of like a helmet with 2 little goggly eyes. But unlike the tech priest, he looks more akin to an SS general. If you're gonna describe him in one particular way. Hopping aboard the ship, there are enough seats for all 5 of you and some of your comrades, but the other comrades will have to stand. The Ogren has to jump into the back, basically the cargo space with your other stuff because he's too big.
Yeah.
He's kind of
Which-
used to it.
You have to wave goodbye to him real quick, but he doesn't seem to notice.
Classic Shrek.
Taking off, you can feel the ship rumble underneath you, and most people never really get used to this part because they don't live long enough to get used to it. But it rumbles up, and it feels like the whole thing's going to break apart at any given moment as it exits the hangar bay and dashes off towards the new ship.
Which
It doesn't-
it might actually do.
Yeah, don't worry though, it does make it. But you make it there in maybe, I don't know, 2 minutes. The ships aren't too far apart, like the base itself and then the actual ship. It docks, and the Inquisitor immediately jumps out. He points you towards the barracks that you'll be staying at, and takes it that you'll understand that he means to just go ahead and put up your things. I'll be with you after I get all my documents ready, he says as he wanders off towards a different part of the ship.
Lucian kind of salutes him as he leaves.
He doesn't seem to notice. I'll send a picture of the map. So, as you can see, this is the ship itself, the main area that you'll be staying in, there are bunks. There's a canteen area. There are bunks for your comrades as well. You all will be staying in the orange room towards the bottom of the screen, where there are the 6 beds. Towards the top and the giant bed, that's where the Inquisitor will be. On either side of him are your comrades. To the left of you is the canteen. To the right is like game rooms and common rooms. Then towards the front, you can see the actual like holy book for the God Emperor. Should you need any increase in
Guidance.
Yeah. There's also bathrooms and everything else, but the floor does look dirty. It looks like there are some las blasts maybe in the ground, so this ship has been in use quite a bit. Probably wasn't even the Inquisitions at some point. It was probably a Chaos Space Marines and was recommissioned. But this ship is not as big as other ships. This one can maybe house 60 people. It's not meant to be a big ship. Do you guys want more RP opportunity, or do you want to say for the sake of brevity that you just kind of put your stuff down?
Well, does anyone else want to have a conversation, or?
I can't really think of anything for my character.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll say that you start setting your stuff down, your comrades move into their section of the ship, and then the commissar makes his way back towards you all. And kind of like a projector, he sets this little box down on one of the dressers, and it kind of points towards the wall. And it shows a planet with the name Nottis 76 under it. Clearing his throat, he turns to you all. You probably are not aware of why I have you here, and that's totally okay. Just know that I am not going to be your typical Inquisitor. This is a team effort. You are not expendable to me yet. I do need you all for a little bit. Anyways, this is Nottis 76. It is the distant relative planet to Nottis 36, the one that we are currently docked outside of. You can feel the ship begin to turn in space, and you can hear creaking on it. This thing has been through hell, seemingly, but you can feel like a little bit of a rumble, and the room that you're in kind of gets bathed in this purple light. And Lucky, can you roll a intelligence check for me?
Absolutely. Am I trying to get under or
so you want to get between 1 and whatever your modifier is.
So under.
Yeah. Same thing for you, Token.
What am I rolling? I'm sorry.
Intelligence.
Oh, okay.
I do not pass.
And how do I roll for this? Am I rolling a D100?
You're rolling a D10 and a D100. Also, you're lucky you do it at a plus 10 modifier.
I know, but I rolled
Okay.
a D2.
Okay, yeah. You are flabbergasted by what's occurring.
Fair enough.
D10 and D100. 17 plus my intelligence, yeah.
Yeah, so you make the check. So you can assert that you are currently going into the warp. So, based on your knowledge, traveling from Nottis 36 to 76 might take 9 years of real space, but going through the warp it might take an hour to 2 hours. Hopefully you arrive there, within the hour, but it is the warp, so anything goes.
Or we just don't hope that the God Emperor dies halfway through.
Basically. So you can assert that you do have a navigator on this ship. But the Inquisitor continues his debrief. The mission is very simple. The governor has disappeared on this planet, and he's been gone for 5 years. We are just now getting around to actually searching for him. There's a few reasons for this. One, when the governor was the nobleman, I should call him by his proper title, my apologies. When the nobleman was in charge, he would give about 80% of his resources directly to the Imperium. A lot of the planets relied on this. But since his disappearance, his daughter has taken over and only gives 30% now. Of course, she's within her right to do this as the nobleman currently in place, but the Imperium would like to get that 80% back, and she is not budging. So, very simple. We just want to know where the governor's gone. Is he dead? Is he alive? Maybe being held captive for ransom? We don't know.
Permission to speak freely.
Permission granted. What is it?
Why wait 5 years?
I'll be honest with you, things in the Imperium move slowly. There was a paper trail to start out, but there
Very
were other... Yes, there were other... he puts this next part in air quotes, pressing matters before we could get to it. I'm sure you're aware with the recent Tyranid threat on the outskirts of us, a new Xenos race that we've stumbled across. We have been allocating more resources to combat that threat. Anyways, known people that you should probably talk to. You don't need to go to the Hive City, really. We don't believe there's anything of interest there, but there is a small farming town outside the One Hive City where the daughter stays at in her mansion. She is a prime suspect in what happened to her father. We don't know what happened, but we think she might be a key factor. Speak to the local bars, food brick facilities. That's where the word will get around and rumors start. Also, don't be afraid to speak to the local bishop there of the church. I'm sure he'll have some good insight for you. Be on the lookout for cultists as well. There's been a small spout of them since the governors disappeared. Any questions?
Randy shakes his head.
No, sir.
Lucius just says, "No, sir."
Alright. Then I will be on the ship should you need me, but he kind of looks over you all, and even though you can't see his eyes, you get the sense that he's kind of staring daggers at you all for the first time since you've met. I hope I won't have to help. And then with that, he picks up the small little projector box and heads on out.
Lucius kind of has had his chest puffed out and is standing straight, and he kind of gives in a little bit. His chest kind of sinks back down.
The Inquisitor does give him a nod as he walks by.
Lucius, after seeing him leave, nods. Well, what do you all think of this so far?
So, we're playing detective?
That's what it sounds like.
Is this your first mission?
Me?
It is.
It is my first mission.
I see. Usually, he actually switches out of his robotic voice for a bit. Usually, for your first mission, you usually are tasked with immediate death, unless you're a foot soldier, which it seems like most of you aren't. Would you prefer if I kept to a more humanoid voice pattern?
I would appreciate that, yeah.
It's really up to you, but yeah.
It shall be done.
Quick question: do you all want me to play your comrades, or do you want to play your comrades?
You play mine at least.
I can
Alright.
play mine.
Okay. Just for our
That's up to you. I would prefer for you to play mine, but that's also a lot of comrades to play.
Yeah. No, you're good. I was just curious for RP purposes. But
Yeah, I can play mine as well.
okay, that's cool. When it comes to the ship, you guys do have your Lehman Russ battle tank. You do have your current gear. Your Lehman Russ is stationed towards the back of the ship. You get a feeling that since you don't have like a drop ship that can carry it, your full ship, known as the Solaris, would have to land and deploy it. But other than that, you guys are currently in the warp. I'm going to need you all to roll 1d100 and 1d10 at a -10 modifier.
What are we rolling?
Don't worry about the bonuses. This is just a flat roll.
We're in the warp. It's because you're in the warp. You're rolling.
Yeah.
Okay, and then whatever we roll, we add 10 to it and then give it to you.
Yes.
Wait, we add 10 to it?
Yeah, because the further away you get from 1, the worse the result is. So if you're doing it at a -10, technically it's a +10. So you're adding to it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
With the
Okay, I
plus
gotta-
10, that gives me 19.
I believe that's a 28.
Okay.
Got a 52.
Okay.
I got 107.
Okay.
What? No bonuses yet?
-10.
-10. Okay, so 47.
Okay. So generally everybody gets by okay. A little bit of a migraine, but nothing too serious. Rennie, you get a throbbing headache. Like it is absolutely terrible. To the point where you have to go into the restroom and you start throwing up profusely. You do have a little bit of a negative modifier on your toughness for now. It'll be at all toughness checks will be at -10.
Ooh.
Can Lucian follow him to the bathroom and wait for him to come out?
Yes.
And when he comes out, Lucian will say, he'll attempt to move his hand behind your back and rub it, and say,
Whoa, what are you doing?
I'm making sure you feel okay.
Rennie kind of lets it happen, but he's watching.
I'm gonna let this happen, but
But I'm watching you.
It's okay. I mean, it's our first travel through space.
Yeah.
Warp.
Let's just make sure we keep some personal space.
All right, if you want personal space, you could have just asked me.
Yeah.
He'll take
I
his
would
seat away.
appreciate that. So, did you do what you need to do?
Yeah, I rubbed your back, which generally helps you feel a little bit better.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you.
You are welcome.
Rennie will then leave, and are we still traveling to the planet?
Yes, but the ship itself starts to slow down, so you can assert that just based on that feeling, you're probably going to stop here in a second.
Okay, he's want to stop by the cantina really fast and pick up a drink to help with that headache.
Okay. So you go by the canteen, and there isn't like a bar host. It's just kind of like a self-serve. There is a big sign in low Gothic that says "Take only what you need. Supplies are low." But you can see like there is some alcoholic beverages. There are even some drugs there, like maybe some hallucinogenics or future weed, essentially.
Rennie is going to take some of the future weed and alcohol and be a bit liberal with his dosage.
Okay. Roll me a toughness check.
Am I -10?
Yep.
Lovely. Good. I succeed by 1.
Good stuff. So you're kicking it back. You feel like a little bit of a burp is going to come up, and you throw up a little bit in your mouth, but you just swallow it. Down another drink to get the taste out of your mouth, and it does soothe you. The drinks are smooth. The future weed is nice, and it does send you into a little bit of a daze where you can just chill, and you will gain a +10 to will checks.
Oh, lovely. You lose some, you win some.
Okay.
And then he will return to the rest of the group.
Okay. Does anybody else happen to go into the canteen while he's smoking?
Might as well.
Yeah, I think I will as well.
Okay. Just on secondhand smoke, you all get a +5 bonus to will checks
Oh.
if you choose to enter.
Ah,
But eventually, it does come to a full stop. You can hear it kind of like power down to an extent. The ship creaking, and it's weird. The ship, I mean, just based on the atmosphere, it does have like a haunting presence to it. It doesn't feel like a normal Imperial Guardsman ship. After all, this is the Inquisition, so it is going to feel a lot different. There are more like scriptures adorning the walls. There are more banners, more skulls and stuff. So it's a bit more high Gothic in some areas. Your comrade,
It's pretty much right at home for me, yeah.
to an extent, yeah, pretty much. So the Lehman Russ battle tank is the main thing that like piques your interest. It does have some skulls on pikes on the side of it. It looks like it's for a Lehman Russ that's been in commission for a while, in pretty good shape. So whichever tech priest was working on it did a good job. But there are some, of course, upgrades that need to be made to it, as things just need to be upgraded in your, line of reasoning. Because it is just the basic variation of it. But you do see some blood stains that will probably never come out of the treads.
That is quite alright.
Your comrades are lined up just outside the Valkyrie, hands behind their backs. As you walk up toward them, they all salute you. Not saying a single word. You can see that on a giant screen towards the back of the hangar bay. There's the planet that you saw earlier on the projection, which is Nottis 76. The Inquisitor seems to be standing outside of his bedroom. He's just peering at you guys, and he gives you guys a little wave, essentially signaling you all that you're good to go.
Okay.
Do you wish to depart?
There's a shuttle to get on?
Yeah, so it's called a Valkyrie dropship. It's
Okay.
essentially a large dropship that Imperial Guardsmen and regiments use to transfer between planets, as you guys can't do drop pods like Imperial or Astartes.
Okay.
So you guys have to take actual ships.
Well, Rennie will head onto the ship then, along with his 2 comrades.
Okay.
Before I head out, I'm going to ask the Inquisitor, is there anything we can do to have communication with you on the ground?
So the Inquisitor kind of peers at you, and then you can sense that he gives a little smile, and he's like, I like a good investigated type. And then he hands you a little comm. And he says, say, you're that special one that I got, yeah?
Well, I guess you could say it that way.
I'll keep my eye on you. I expect good things.
Pleased to serve.
This conversation is very low. If you want to try and hear it, other players, you'll have to roll a perception check.
Okay. Well, I will not. But
Rennie won't bother either.
Okay.
before Lucian gets onto the ship, even after his comrades salute to them, they kind of get in a quick chatter about the general situation that's going on. And Lucian will say, "Alright, Shrek, Fiona, meet me on the dropship." And they'll begin moving to the dropship.
Okay. Shrek kind of lets out a little groan, as Ogrins don't typically talk.
Mm-hmm.
Fiona salutes you and heads onto the dropship for you, while Shrek makes his way to the cargo hold.
Hey, Lucian,
Yeah?
how did you get an Ogre in as a comrade?
Well, it just so happens that apparently, he was feeling... How do I put it? I ran into him by mere accident, and he gave me a couple scars. But after offering him some work, such as this, he decided that through my apparent personality. Even though he can't talk to me, my general demeanor was enough to persuade him to align himself with me.
Huh. That's one hell of a personality.
Yeah, well, again, I don't need to show my compliance, as you've seen earlier with my back rub I gave to you.
Yeah. One hell of a person.
Okay, I assume everybody boards the dropship.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Alright, so you all board the dropship and it starts up with a creak, the door slamming shut, and the only light in the room being a red, like a solid red light. It's kind of eerie, even though you're sitting in there with your comrades and people that you know and that you'll be working alongside. It just feels off, because you haven't really had any combat experience and training. It's a new feeling. But you all do make it planet side well enough. There was a little bit of turbulence coming down into the planet, but overall it's not bad. It lands kind of with a start, and your pilot talks over the radio, basically signaling for you all that you're cleared to go. And then the drop door hatches on the side open up. Outside, for your first time ever, you actually see a planet with green on it. You see grass, you do see trees, there's even a few streams about, so this is a resource planet 100% all the way through. You all can gauge this. Now, on either side of your ship are Arcadian shock troops. They're not super outfitted, but a couple of them do hold plasma guns, so definitely held in decent esteem. They seem to be sergeants of some kind. One of them walks up to you. He says, "Ah there. What's your purpose here?"
We're investigating the death of a...
Oh yeah, that's right. So if you're looking for the town, for the daughter, since I assume that's who you want to go meet first.
Yes.
Alright, so you're gonna take this road. You're gonna avoid the Hive City, don't go in there. You're gonna travel along the side, you'll see a few tanks, maybe a small little battalion guarding the front entrance. You're gonna take that path all the way down, and then just over the hill you'll see the little town over there.
Okay. It
Pretty
would be
straightforward.
appreciated if you could, never mind.
Yeah, the Acadian shock troop kind of looks you up and down, and then he spits on the ground next to you and goes, "Fucking tech priest," and then walks away.
I don't
He
think you're
doesn't-
going to make many friends here.
He doesn't seem to like it.
I don't get a lot of friends.
Lucian will walk up to Lex and say, "Well, I'm sure people here will not be entirely happy with you, but that is probably okay, because that makes you all the more special."
Aww.
Aww. My mother told me that.
Shut up, John. You're not here.
Wait, you weren't genetically bred? Damn.
Wait a second. Yeah, I was one of the lucky ones.
Everybody else was born in a gene tube, but you had a mom.
Yeah, and she was
I
a great mom.
I assume you all want to head there. You don't have to, because this is a full landing pad. There are lots of troops, and actually, roll me a perception check, everybody.
Okay.
So that is a 79.
Okay.
I succeed by 7.
I succeed by 1.
Rennie
Okay.
fails.
I succeed by 3.
Okay. So, those of you who succeed, you can see, you don't know, but you can see a land vehicle of some type. It looks to be an alternate, like, it looks like a Lehman Russ, but you get the sense that it's not. Token, did you succeed?
Yes, I did.
Okay, this is a Bane blade that's pretty far off.
Ooh.
That's essentially what it is. and it's got yellow paint on it and then a fist on it.
Spooky.
Now, you don't know who it belongs to. Lucky, did you succeed? I didn't hear you.
I did.
That tank belongs to the Imperial Fists. So there are Astartes on this planet. You don't know where, because you don't see them near the tank, but you know that there are Astartes here.
By the way, just for people who don't know, Astartes are basically treated like miniature gods in the Warhammer universe. So
Yes.
them being... Sometimes people literally live their entire lives and they think they're myth.
Yeah.
That's how uncommon they are around the place.
Yeah, so them being on this planet must mean that something is happening, or there's something here that warrants them being here. Especially it being the Imperial Fists, as they're typically on Holy Terra. So there's a reason they're here. Essentially, is what it comes down to. Although you don't see them, but they seem to be.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
So are the Astartes the sons who stayed loyal to the Emperor?
Yes. So the Imperial Fists are like the closest regiment to the Emperor. In fact, the Lord Emperor, the current leader of the Imperium, is an Imperial Fist.
Okay.
So, I can't remember his name off the top of my head right now, but it's not very relevant, as you all would probably not know him anyways. But I assume you all walk along the path, or do you wish to explore some?
If we keep
Sure.
going along the path, if we do. Actually, I think either way, Lucien will say, huh, not every day you see those.
What is it?
Well,
I have to take a look if I must say. He's constantly switching accents, by the way.
it was something arty, right? It was
It's Astartes.
Staris. Okay.
Astartes.
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 Yeah. The full name is Adeptus Astartes, which means chapter of, essentially, you could equate it to angels.
And we're aware of them, right?
You know of Astartes, like you know what they are. You know that they are they're the fist of the Emperor. Like, if the Imperial Guard is the hammer, they're the fist driving it. Everything that they do is the reason that you guys are still alive and that the Imperial Man exists.
Astartes.
Yeah, they're a very big deal.
We're swimming with the big fish, I guess.
Yep, that just means there's something important going on here.
Well, let's find out what it is. Rennie is going to start going down the road unless anyone else is going to go any other directions.
I'm also going to go down the road.
Yeah. Lucien will follow.
Okay, towards your objective?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna assume that everybody goes there.
Yep.
So you all travel down this road, and it's actually quite peaceful. You're thinking back on like where the rest of your regiment would be right now, and you know they're probably dug into the mud on some frontier planet fighting Xenos or Chaos or whatever it is by now. But you all are on a nice planet with a stone pathway going to a town that not only has a food distillery for you to actually eat real food at, not just bricks of bugs and protein, but on top of that, it's also got 2 different bars and a church, and there's green all around you. Like this is a pretty good planet. And that seems to dawn on you. And going over the hill, you can see a small little town. And it's not necessarily early in the morning, it's kind of midday. So you can see a bunch of farmers down there that seem to be getting off their breaks and going back on the ships. And most of them generally seem happy, which is not a thing that occurs in the Imperium. Overall, life here seems to be pretty good, considering all things. And the buildings themselves aren't run down or being destroyed. The only area that looks kind of iffy is the Hive City, where the Astartes are currently at. most hive cities are bad places anyways, all things considered.
Mhm.
And it's also odd that the noblemen would live out of the hive city. Typically, they'll live at the top of it, but this one chose to put his mansion into this small town. This mansion is off to the side, directly next to the cathedral, like the church. Unfortunately, I do not have a battle map for this, so I'm going to have to just try and describe it as best as I can, so don't be afraid to ask me questions if something seems a bit off or iffy.
Okay.
But walking in, there is a little wooden archway that welcomes you. You can't really speak High Gothic. Lucky, can you roll me an intelligence check?
Yeah, sure. Oh shit. I passed.
Okay. So you can assert that this High Gothic essentially says, "Welcome to Splendor." So the town's name is Splendor.
Lucian will say, that says, "Welcome to Splendor."
Yeah.
That's
Not
the-
Splendor, Splendor.
Splendor.
Essentially.
Alright.
And walking in, some townsfolk give you wary glances. You don't have the insignia of the Inquisition on you, so it seems a bit off that you guys are here. It's kind of like, well, why aren't you at the Hive City, or why aren't you out at the front lines? What are you doing here? None of them ask you this, of course, but you do get some wary glances from the locals. Standing into the middle of, it's kind of like it's like a section with two roads passing between each other. There are, on the right side of you, there are residential buildings with one of the bars mentioned down the road in between some of them. On the left side, there's some more residential buildings with the distillery towards the back of them. And then also there's another bar. Behind you is the cathedral, and it's rather large. So it's a big cathedral where lots of people could go to listen to the Emperor's word. And then directly next to that is the large mansion, which has lots of green around it. There are also some guards that they kind of look akin to the Queen's Guard, like the Queen of England's personal guard. But they carry muskets. And I leave it in your all's hands.
Well,
So where should we start?
I was gonna ask that. I believe that we can meet with the daughter of the man who died.
I think before we meet with her, we should meet with the bar owner and just, I guess, get the history of this place and see if they like the administration of this daughter.
Yeah, and then you're gonna want to read a book afterwards.
Better to be prepared and have nothing happen than have something happen and be unprepared.
And raises his hand up, or his hands up, and just, we'll do whatever. This whole situation isn't really my specialty.
That's okay, I'm not too intelligent myself either.
Hey, I didn't say I was dumb.
I'm not saying you're dumb, but it looks like Karsic here,
Carsick.
Ah, yes.
Dude, I was car sick once. It's pretty fucking bad.
Roasted.
It looks like Kasric here has spent his time educating himself. And it doesn't mean that you're stupid, it just means he knows a thing or more about every little detail.
Hey, anything that Kazric can do or thinks he can do, I can do too. That includes the knowledge
I
stuff.
could do better. I could do anything better than you.
No, you
No?
can't.
Alright, then I'm gonna go back to being quiet.
Good, go away.
I can shoot a sparrow with the bow and arrow.
But don't... Of course you can. if you just put your mind to it, you can do anything he can.
See, that's the inspiration I want to hear.
Yeah, okay. To the bar.
To the bar.
Okay. So you
What
all
is
head
it?
to the bar.
What is a bar?
Mm,
Is that sarcasm or is that not sarcasm?
I never can tell.
You caught me.
Ha 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 ha. That's funny.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I actually drink alcohol?
You
Do I even need to?
You don't need to. Priests are so focused on their work that things like that typically don't come up. So it's more of just like, so it's like whereas most people would gain bonuses to their will because, you know, they or like reduce their insanity by drinking or maybe going to a brothel or smoking pot or something like that. You would gain those benefits by working on machinery.
That's your happy
makes-
place.
Okay. That is my happy place. Thank you very much.
Yeah, most people have weird sex fantasies and stuff, but you, it's all about that robot.
Exactly.
Yeah, dude.
Autosexual.
Think about it that way. So which bar do you head to? There's one to the right of you and one to the left. The one on the right has kind of a reddish tint to it, and it's literally just called in High Gothic the Red Team. And then the other one is a bluish tint, and it's literally called the Blue Team.
Is there any notable differences in like,
Nope. They're
Nope.
the exact same building, just different colors.
ooh, red or blue, guys?
Red.
Red.
Yeah, red for right one.
Red for tech priest colors.
Righteous.
Righteous.
So which one is it?
Yeah, I think we're gonna do red.
The red pill.
So you walk into the red bar, and there's a dude with a beer belly. He's got like mutton chops on the sides of his head. He's got, you know, red hair, Caucasian skin. He's kind of a big dude. But his bar is completely empty. But by the looks of it, earlier there were farmers coming out of it. So most of the people in this small town are probably farmers and are currently working. So he's not going to have much business in this current moment. As you walk in, he's like, "Oh yeah, what can I get you?"
Do we have any money on us?
You do not, but you guys do have credit transfers from your Imperial Guardsmen, like essentially daily payment.
Allowance. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's like you don't have credits or money, but you do have like a small chip that you can insert into various devices to pay for things.
And what's the rules on drinking on the job?
Think there's rules in the drinking on the job?
Nothing was stated,
The
but
Imperium would probably let you snort crack before you go to a battlefield. I'm gonna be real.
yeah, right now,
Especially if you're fighting orcs.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, in most circumstances, drinking on the job probably wouldn't be looked down upon, as whatever just gets you to travel in the direction of the enemy's fire is what matters. But in your current situation, you know what? Based on your character, fuck it. Nobody's looking.
Okay. I'll take your strongest stuff.
Strongest stuff, you say? And he turns
Yes.
around and he pulls out this big, almost beaker-looking bottle, uncorks the top of it, and the bottle itself is completely black. But when he pours it out, it's a bright, luminescent green color. And he pours it into a shot glass and pushes it towards you. He's got a
Fuck it,
big
I drink
smile
it.
on- Okay, roll a toughness check at -30.
Wonderful.
Guys, I only pass on a 1 because of my previous penalty.
Oh no.
You pass on a 1.
Oh no.
You have to
Hey guys, I got a
critical.
97.
Is fate with him?
So
Not
you
right now.
You take just a small sip of this thing, and the taste is so bitter, so sour that you instantly, turn away and hurl. Like you just start vomiting.
Lucien
Can-
will instinctively walk up and begin to rub his back again.
The barkeep kind of laughs and goes, "Hey, you're not very strong with the alcohol, nah?"
Rennie will be a bit embarrassed and say, No, I usually can handle it, but just traveled through the warp and, messes with you. Let's try the second toughest.
You don't say. You traveled through the warp. He turns around and grabs another beaker-looking object, but this one is coated in a brown paint, it seems, and he pours it into a different shot glass, and it's kind of a light blue color. It's not luminescent. It's just like light blue.
Yeah, I just got here. And he's going to drink it.
Wow, what was it like traveling through the warp? Make a check at -10. Plus your...
Oh, okay, I'm going to pass
modifier.
that time.
Okay, so you take it. This one actually tastes a little sweet, and it's got a little bit of a sourness aftertaste, and it kind of wakes you up a little bit.
I'd like to go up to the bar and take a seat.
Okay, you take a seat. The barkeep kind of gives you a wave and goes, "What can I get for you?"
2 beers, one for you, one for me.
All right. He reaches under the counter and pulls out 2 bottles. They do have the sigil of the Imperium of Man on it, and on the low Gothic, you can read it. And it basically says, "Drink this before charging at orcs." And then he takes off the tops of them and gives them to you.
I'm gonna kind of wait for him to take a sip of his.
Of his blue drink?
Oh, no, I said 2 beers, one for me, one for you.
Ah.
To the bartender.
Oh, so you're buying the bartender a drink?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, lad. And then he reaches forward, takes it, gives a little, nod and a cheer motion to you, and then proceeds to down the whole thing.
Rennie will notice that he's losing the attention of the bartender. Yes, so the warp, it was a lot, let me tell you.
You don't say. Did you, grow tentacles out of your arms or something?
No, I had a throbbing headache. It was as if demons were stabbing my mind with little daggers.
Wow. Must have been something.
Oh, it was.
I think it's safe to say Rico would agree here that we're not here just to have fun. We're looking for information about the town and your new leadership.
Oh, well, I need to be a little more specific with that one.
Well,
What do you want to know about the town?
we've heard the new mayor of the town. How is she?
Oh, sure, she's great. Business is booming. We got more crops for our children. I mean, everything's going great. He seems genuinely, happy. You can roll a perception check if you want.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Any modifiers?
Just your basic modifier, what you have. Just if you
Okay,
have one.
cool. I pass barely.
Okay. He seems genuinely happy, like he's telling the truth. It's not like he's trying to dissuade you from asking. Or bullshitting you, essentially.
And how was her father as the mayor?
He kind of looks around. He sees the Storm priest in your stead. And he goes, "Oh, he was great too."
Don't worry about him. Tell me the truth.
I am. He kind of glances nervously towards the Storm priest. He was a great leader.
Lucien will look at Kasric. He'll gesture to Shrek probably didn't come into the bar, I imagine.
Probably not. I assumed that most of your comrades saw you enter the building and proceeded to like stand outside of it on guard.
Okay. Lucian will say, "May the Emperor's blessing be with you." And he will say, he'll look at Kasric and say, "Right, I'm going to be outside. I need to talk to Fiona." And he will walk
I give
out of
you
the
a-
door.
I give you a big nod.
As the Storm Priest leaves, he kind of lets out like a, "Phew, sorry, I don't trust those Storm Priests. You speak any amount of, quote-unquote, heresy, they'll immediately destroy you."
I
So
understand.
you were saying.
The father wasn't a bad guy. I mean, he was nice, but I mean, we only got 20% of our resources at the end of the day. People were starving.
And would you say since then production has increased, or just your percentage that you're keeping?
Everything's increased. Our production is increased, but as the production increases, of course, the amount of... Think about it this way. He kind of leans on the counter. You can notice that he probably used to work in the farms, because this bar still looks relatively new, so you can assert that he recently got this building, essentially. Maybe within the past few months. And so, he says, think about it this way. As our supplies go up, the amount of stuff we give the Imperium goes down to accommodate for that differential. So we still keep most of it. We're giving the Imperium the same amount that we've been giving them because that's all that's required of us.
So what you're saying is, although the Imperium is getting 50% less, we're still getting the equivalent amount just because production has increased?
Yeah, essentially the Imperium wants more as we create more. But we can't create more without keeping most of it. And so, God bless Tanya. She's the one that is taking over her father's stead. She's the one that is keeping most of the goods for us.
So people were starving under her father, yes?
Yes, the Imperium was very happy with him giving them 80% of all our goods and resources. But since his quote-unquote disappearing, everything's been running way smoother. People are happier. We have more people to work on the fields, so we're producing more goods. Hell, I couldn't have bought this bar if she wouldn't have taken over.
So you're benefiting from her taking over?
Everybody is. At least on this planet that isn't an Imperial soldier.
Seems fair.
And I don't mean any offense to you guys. I'm not trying to say like, oh, well, screw you. I'm just saying it's benefited us greatly.
I think that'll be all. Thank you very much.
Of course, don't be afraid to come back. And stay away from my dumbass brother across the street.
I was wondering about that.
So you saw him too?
No,
Oh, no, not yet, but
You guys are gonna do what you want. Just know that my drinks are the strongest.
we'll keep that in mind.
So do you guys head out of the bar, or do you want to stay a bit longer?
Yeah, Rennie's gonna head out of the bar.
Yeah, Kazrik's gonna grab his beer, walk outside the bar, and immediately hand it to Rico. It has been untouched.
Lex will follow them out.
Rico will chug it down.
Okay.
Lex literally didn't say anything.
Nope. The barkeep didn't even seem to really notice you. Speaking to Rico.
When
the
you
barkeep-
guys walk outside, real quick, Lucian's kind of just talking to Fiona, and he looks to Kasric as he comes outside and says, So, how did it go?
I think it went well. Basically, what we've learned is, under this new administration, everyone here is happy. Production has been booming, and the resources they're sending to the Imperium hasn't changed, although the percentage of goods has. I think it best to discuss with Tanya herself, which is the mayor.
Lucian nods.
Looking around, you can see that the Imperial Guardsmen that arrived with the Commissar are not there anymore. The Commissar's there, but he's been oddly quiet, just kind of mulling about in his mind, potentially thinking of, like, what to do. You guys still have the opposing bar that you can go to, you still have the cathedral, and the mansion. Those are the main highlight points.
Lucian will say to Kasric, perhaps it would be better if we also went to the other bar, and see what the other man or woman has to offer.
Sure, let's get a couple opinions.
I won't enter, of course. I think my presence is making some afraid because I'll rat them out, but
I think you should enter initially like you did before.
alright.
So do you all go to the blue bar?
Yeah.
Okay. So you enter into the blue bar. It's the exact same layout, like brick for brick, wood part for wood part, bar for bar. Everything is the same. And at the counter is a guy that looks pretty much exactly the same. Belly, big hands, everything and all. It must have been a twin brother. But his hair is like a blue steelish type color.
Hey, you! We just talked to your brother.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Well, he's an asshole.
Oh, but he said he had the strongest drinks.
So his standoffish like approach immediately changes. He says, and he spits onto the counter and he says, "Fuck that!" And then immediately turns around and grabs a similar looking bottle of the one that was his strongest drink, pours it out into a shot glass, but it's a bright luminescent red. And he pushes it forward. He says, "If you can stomach that, it's on the house."
Let's see. I love how Rennie's just turned into
He's literally
alcoholic.
Oh, do you drink?
It literally only took like 20 minutes for him to be depraved.
Do you drink it?
Go.
What is it, Kazric?
Just make sure your firing arm's steady.
Oh, my firing arm's always steady. Just make sure you're not in the line of sight.
Okay, dude.
Ricos never change.
I fail.
Okay. Yeah, because it was minus 30. So you take a sip of it. This one tastes pretty much just like congealed blood with a small amount of sourness to it. And you, thankfully, learning from the last one, don't hurl, but you spit it out immediately.
Okay.
He slaps the counter and goes, you can never stomach my drinks.
Oh no, you got good drinks. That was stronger. You're a good man.
Thank you. Can I help the rest of you? Do you want any more drinks?
A star senses a challenge.
A
In
star.
what?
So walking forward, he notices that you're a commissar, and he immediately like bows his head slightly and he goes, "Commissar, it's a pleasure to serve you."
Get me your strongest.
Yes, sir. And then he immediately pours you a shot glass of the same stuff. It's a bright luminescent red color, and he pushes it forward to you.
That's a minus 30. That's a.
Yep, minus 30 modifier.
Alright, let's. So that is a. That's a 23. So
Okay.
20 off.
Okay, so you take the shot glass and you drink the liquid and hold it into your mouth for a second, kind of afraid of what it would do to you, and you get this feeling of like you're about to hurl, but just out of sheer willpower, you manage to swallow it and keep a straight face, and you put the shot glass back down.
I'm a Chad.
Just out of sheer will, you were able to stomach it. He said, "Did you enjoy your drink, sir?"
Just perfect amount of sour. No sweet at all. All
You're very
berry.
kind.
Perfect.
Thank you. And then he stands up straight again, and he says, well, seeing as you do have a commissar, and he kind of peers behind Rennie, seeing the tech priest, and he goes, and the tech priest, I take it you're here not just for drinks.
That would be correct.
All right.
I go up to the bar again, order one drink for myself, order one drink for the bartender.
What do you order? Just like a basic beer again?
Yeah, just a basic beer.
Okay. He nods to you and pulls out 2 beers of the exact same caliber. Says, drink this before charging into orcs. And then pops off the tops, hands you one, gives you basically the exact same gesture, small nod and a cheer motion, and then downs the whole beer. What can how can I help you all on your quest?
We're wondering if you have any information on the noblemen.
The noblemen, as in like all of them, or the governor?
The governor.
He lets out like a little bit of a burp, like a. He leans forward on the counter, getting very serious, and then notices the Ministorm priest. He goes, "Say, you," and he points to the Ministorm priest. He's like, "You should know, right? You're down at the chapel, no?"
I'm not locally here, no.
Well, you should definitely go visit him at some point. I'm sure he can debrief you on more. But he pulls another beer out from underneath the counter, and proceeds to put it over towards Rennie. And he says, "Just because you couldn't stomach the other one," and gives you a small wink. And then he turns back to you all.
I'll take another as well.
Of course, another shot of the stuff or this one.
Same strong stuff.
All right, he pours you another shot. Again, it's a bright luminescent red, and
Yeah.
if you wish to take it, it's still a negative 30 modifier.
I will still take it.
Okay.
Let's see, that is a oh, it's a 14, so I only fail it by about 11.
Well, if it's a 14, then you pass. Is that with your negative modifier of 30? So then it'd be a 44.
Yes. It's currently 33, and I'm basically just subtracting it to I have to roll a 3, right?
What is your toughness?
My toughness is 33.
Okay, yeah. So you do fail this one.
Yeah.
This one, you take it into your mouth again, and you try to stomach it, but it starts to leak out of your lips, and before he can see what's going on, you kind of turn around and spit it back into the shot glass, and just kind of like dump it onto the ground. But so he turns to the group of you. He says, "So, I take it since you're all here under business, you're aware of how long the governor's been gone, yeah?"
Yeah, 5 years.
About there, almost 6. Blasted Imperial scum don't do nothing about it. But, to be honest, it's kind of a good thing. I mean, I wouldn't have been able to buy this bar if Tanya wouldn't have taken over, you know? I mean, business is booming, resources are booming, people are happy, our children aren't starving in ditches and being burned. I mean, I can't really complain if I'm being honest.
So you're happy with the disappearance of the governor?
I'm not happy with the disappearance. And he looks towards the Ministorum priest. But I am happy for the good things that have occurred coming from it.
I'm sure the governor had a lot of people who did not like it. Honestly, if I was under him, would you mind letting us know who disliked him the most?
He thinks for a very good minute, and he says, honestly, I don't know a single person on this planet that wouldn't have wanted to gut him if they got the chance.
You
And
included?
he looks towards the Storm Priest as you ask that, and he says, I'm not saying I would, and holds up his hands.
You're fine right now.
So you won't wrap me up for heresy?
This is an important case for us, so I'll let it slide.
The guy was an asshole, and I hated him. Worked us 18, 20 hours a day. Didn't feed us, sent 80% of our children to testing, used for the Imperial Guard, and 80% of our goods to the Imperial Guard. We were dying. But Tanya's world isn't perfect either.
Oh? What's wrong with it?
Well, he leans forward. He presses a button on the counter and the doors lock behind you guys, and it gets kind of dark in the room. And he says, so, this is kept on the down. And I think my brother knows a little bit about it, the asshole, but either way, there have been a little more occultists jumping up through the towns here and there. Some people that I knew who would never betray the Emperor turning into these cultists. Now, I'm not saying that this town is a bad thing or that these people are evil, but I am saying that something is changing them. And I don't know what it is, but I see them meet every day at the mansion of Tanya, and they go into the cellars, just outside towards the cathedral. I'm sure the bishop sees it too.
Rennie is going to take a swig of his beer and lean in. You mentioned something about the church.
Yes.
They're associated?
Well, I don't know about the bishop, and he looks towards the Storm Priest and he says, I don't want to say that he's a traitor or he's a cultist or anything like that. I'm just saying, since they do enter into the basement on his side, near the cathedral, there's no way he doesn't see it happening.
Right.
Unless he's blinder than a bat, you know?
Which I don't think he would be.
Exactly. So something's off about that, in my opinion. Plus, and he gets a little more serious and he says, some people are also going missing. They're just disappearing. They're not going to the farmlands anymore. Customers are stopped turning up. Now, the customers I have now pay plenty good and I have plenty of resources to keep me going. It's not like I'm losing business. But there are people just disappearing and turning into these cultists. And the other messed up part is these cultists aren't outright hurt. Nothing the Inquisition or Imperial Guard can do about them. Yet.
Well, we appreciate the information.
No problem. Just, you didn't hear it from me, yeah?
No.
Lucian.
But, think in the long run, the Imperium will appreciate your efforts.
Thank you, I don't want to lose my bard or my life. And even though I hate my brother, I don't want to lose him either, you know?
Yes, your brother. You said he might be involved?
My brother? No.
But you might know about it.
Yeah, just as much as I do. I mean, we both see it. It's just different angles.
Literally.
Yeah. And he means it literally, as in just like one's on the right side of the street, the other's on the left. But they both get the same view, essentially. But
Do we have
So-
anything else to ask? Can I ask the rest of the party?
I think it best we head either to the mayor herself or the cathedral.
I would like to, in defense of the cathedral, head to the cathedral first.
We won't be investigating the cellar yet, but just try not to get things bloody.
Hey, if it comes to that, I'm not arguing.
I know.
He overhears all this, and but he does make it out to see like, hey, I didn't see or hear anything. You guys weren't even here. You guys didn't say nothing, if anybody asks. That's the kind of, like, he's doing, like, he's wiping down the counters, shifting bottles around, stuff like that.
I'm gonna watch his reaction as I say, who knows, we might have to kill the new governor.
He kind of stops for a second, and he turns around and he says, well, as long as you have a replacement in mind.
I
That's
jest.
Good. Because I heard what happened to Tyrannus, which was like a few belts away from us. Their governor, he died, and the daughter was also dead not so long after, and the whole Hive cities fell under. Did you hear about that?
No.
No, it was crazy. The people turned on everybody, and cannibalism became a big thing. They had to send in bloody Astartes, but by the time the Astartes got there, there were so many demons and chaos there, the whole planet had to be glassed. What was it they called it? Exterminatus? If you want to roll intelligence lucky, you can, along with everybody else, because Exterminatus, while it isn't directly applied in every scenario, it is a common enough thing to where people are afraid of it.
Would it be under one of our common lores? Imperial
Yes.
Guard, Imperium, or War? Or
Yes.
War? Okay,
I
so
failed
it's up 10.
pretty badly. Can I not know at all?
Yeah. You can just be like, what the hell is Exterminatus?
Exterminatus. Sounds kind of fun.
I will succeed.
I will barely succeed.
Caden?
I know what Exterminatus is. Do you want me to roll anyways? For
Yes.
my character? Okay.
I know you know, but let's see if your character
Yeah.
knows. You're doing it at a +10, though.
Okay. How would I know if So I have I'm sorry for asking so late.
You're good. It's based on your intelligence.
So if I have an intelligence of
If you have an intelligence,
45,
you have to make it between 1 and 45. If you have a plus modifier, it brings that number closer to 1. If you have a negative modifier, it takes it further away from 1.
okay. Okay, then I pass. Okay.
Yeah.
Right,
So closer to 100 you get, the closer you are to failing. The closer to 1 you get, the closer you are to succeeding. So Exterminatus is essentially when one or more Imperial ships with either massive guns or their actual ship will destroy an entire planet. Like, completely vaporize it. This can be anything from shooting a big drill, like artillery shell, into the planet, which digs down to the core and blows it up from the inside, completely vaporizing it. It could open up a warp portal to absorb the planet and send it into the warp. They could deploy a virus bomb to destroy all organic life on the planet. They could deploy nuclear winters and hellfire storms and acid rain, or they could do all the above. It doesn't matter. Exterminatus is essentially just killing and destroying an entire planet. So, and the Imperium usually applies this whenever there is enough heresy to warrant it, an Inquisitor has given the order of it, or if Astartes deem a planet too far gone to even risk going down onto it.
Lucian will look at Rico and shake his head and say, "It's not something fun."
No, what is it?
Imagine it's like a plan B. If they can't save what is going on the planet, they'll use one of their many ways of basically ending it through mass extinction.
Well, as long as you're not the one being extinct.
Yeah.
I'll drink to that. He presses the button that's on the counter again, and the room kind of lights up once more, and the door unlocks. He says, "Sorry to keep you in here, I just didn't want somebody else walking in and getting the conversation, you know?"
Right.
Please do visit again, though.
We'll consider it.
He kind of like gives you a smile.
I'm gonna kind of walk towards the door, turn around, and say, "What were we talking about again?" And then smile and walk away.
He gives you kind of like a relieved, like look. Kind of like a phew. Thank you.
Well, comedy only comes in threes, so I'm not gonna repeat it. And Lucian walks out.
And he walks out.
Tech Priest will give him a nod. Lex will give him a nod. And
He
walk out.
nods you back. Okay, so you all walk back out into the street. So, Astor. Or Astar.
Yeah. A star, yes.
So,
S there.
just for the sake of not having to type it all out, I'll tell you what your Imperial Guards found.
Oh.
So, they found that the cultists seemingly, they don't go to work. They just kind of stay in their own buildings. And when they walk, you can't call them cultists outright because they haven't been proved to do anything heretical. And since you're not an Inquisitor, you can't just claim heresy on the spot and kill them if you want. Because you guys do have to act it with a little more reserved mentality or a conservative way of acting for now. But essentially, they do go towards the mansion and they're there right now.
Oh.
They counted 4 of them heading over there. Or
All
suspicious
4, eh?
looking individuals, quote unquote. But they only tell you this, they don't tell the group.
Mm-hmm. So in summary, can't declare heresy outright yet.
No.
Alright, well, it's pretty much everyone knew that, so cool.
Okay, do you wish to tell the group?
No. So, we ran some investigations. There's no obvious cultists. No, so no. We can't claim heresy. Quite yet. That's all I could find out.
Oh, I'm sure we'll be finding some heresy later.
Well, of course.
So I believe our next locale was the cathedral.
So the cathedral, it's down the road. Again, the mansion is pretty far, but you guys can head there. Is that your next destination?
Yeah.
Might as well.
Okay. So you walk along. Most of the town folk are not out right now. As said, most of the people that are stay at home, and then the rest are at their work, which is either at the distillery for making food or the farms. So you don't encounter any weird people along the way. But as you head towards the cathedral, you can see 4 people dressed in brown cloaks standing outside this cellar door that seems to lead beneath the mansion itself. And a couple of the guards of the palace, or the governor's daughter, walk by, and they don't even give these men a second glance. They aren't "Hey, what are you doing?" or "Hey, why are you guys standing over here? This isn't allowed." They just walk by them.
Can I roll for perception on that?
Yeah, you can roll perception.
Fellows that are being kind of shady.
I will say, do it at a -20.
Okay. So what did 2 zeros mean on the percentage die?
That's a 100. So you fail.
Okay, so I got a 2 and then 2 zeros, meaning I got 102.
So you got 120. Because you rolled 2 zeros, yeah?
Yeah, I got 2 zeros and then a 2 for the singular.
Oh, wait.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is a 2.
Okay, so
So
the
you
2
got-
zeros are actually just 0 and then
The
the 2.
D10
No.
is the single die. The D100 is the 10-digit die.
10th place.
Since you can't get over a 100 unless you have a modifier, if you get 2 zeros, and then in your second dice is only like it isn't a 0, like it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It doesn't matter. It's the just single number. If you got 2 zeros and then a 0 on the 10 die, that's a 100. Because you can't get 102, you can't get 104. So it's assumed that it's a 0 and then the single digit number.
Okay.
So
and
what is your perception skill? Like what's the number for it?
my perception is a flat 30.
Okay, so you do pass.
Very
These guards look a little gray in the face.
Wow.
That's the only information that I can give you, is they look a little gray in the face. They ignore the people standing by the cellar, and it's not like gray in the face meaning like nervous or like, crap, don't look at them. They look like normal guards just doing their duty, and they're intentionally ignoring them for whatever purpose. But their skin color is literally gray.
Can I roll an intelligence to know why their skin may be gray?
No, you cannot do that.
Alright, very cool. And I guess that's it.
As we're approaching the church, Rennie will speak up and say, I say we go straight over there and figure out what's in that basement.
Well, in a moment, I want to check with, would you call kind of higher priest's father, or?
You would call them priest, you'd call them bishop, you could call them ministorum priest. Since he is a bishop, he's not as high ranking as you, because you're a bit higher up in the levels.
Gotcha.
But you could just call them bishop, soothsayer, pastor, preach, really whatever you want, so long as it's religious.
Okay. Lucian will say, I'd like to give the bishop the benefit of the doubt in his involvement. Then we can see what's in the basement.
Fine by me.
I think before we head to the cellar, we should talk to the mayor herself.
Okay, so do we want to visit the bishop? Would you like me
No.
to solely visit the bishop, or?
We'll go together, but you can lead.
Okay.
Gadrick, I know you want to do it by the books and talk to the mayor first, but I think we probably should end up in that cellar before we go to the mayor, just so that, or the governor, so that we can find her dirty laundry where it lies.
I mean, Rico's got a point here. If we inform the governor of our suspicions, then she will most likely contact maybe who she's working with and tell them to disband it.
I don't think that'd be the case. I don't know. I guess we're trying to see what our purpose is here. If our goal is just to find incriminating evidence and murder everyone, then we head to the cellar, but we need to make sure production stays up. While, of course, destroying the heretics.
Alright. And Lucian will begin to walk into the cathedral.
Okay. So, as you make your way to the cathedral, this is a big white and black building. There are like massive wooden doors on the front, and on either side are statues of what looks to be the Emperor of Mankind with a giant sword. And in his left hand is like a power fist with claws on the end of the fingers. And he's got a massive halo behind him. but he's made out of stone, so it's like stone statues.
I see.
So, as you guys walk inside, you can see most of the booths are empty, as this isn't really a day of summoning or anything. It's a work day. But there is a man adorned in white robes with different scriptures sealed onto him. There's a giant staff towards the back of the room with a giant sun on it. He's kind of balding a little bit. He looks to be rather old. And he seems to be letting out some hums or chants of a song, perhaps. And his eyes are closed as he like flips through some pages as a book in a book and like reads over them. But his eyes are closed, I'm gonna say.
Lucian taking the lead of the party, will slowly begin to walk towards him. And kind of stop right in front of him, and he'll say, kind of in a quieter, more hushed voice,
Mm-hmm.
Bishop.
He stops his chants like, "Duh," and then he opens his eyes and looks up at you. He goes, "Oh, Ministerum priest."
Yes, hello. I was just on my check through, this town here, and, honestly, it looks fairly exciting.
It is a good town, yes.
Well, I've also heard that the businesses here have been going well. How's the cathedral here been doing? Any heresy? Anything wrong here?
He kind of leans over, his long, scraggly fingers grabbing the pedestal that the book is sitting on. He leans towards you and whispers in your ear. He says, "There is heresy of the highest order." And then kind of leans back and points with his thumb towards the door behind him, kind of motioning like, "Do you want to talk about it?"
If I could take one of my allies with me, then yeah.
He looks around at your allies, and he points to the tech priest. And he says, "Tech priest, I want you." Meaning like he wants you to join.
Lex, come on, it's just a quick conversation. Kaden,
Does
are you
Lex-
alive?
Alright, I was muted. My bad.
All good,
I'm
bro.
alive.
Do you go to the back room with them?
Yeah, I go to the bathroom.
Okay. So he looks towards the rest of you. He doesn't have like a face of disdain or anything. He just kind of glances over you all, and with a stone cold expression moves to the back room, and he opens this black wooden door and ushers both of you inside, and then closes it. The rest of you cannot hear the conversation from where you're standing, but if you want to like peek in or anything, you could try and roll perception closer to the door, and then attempt to do that. Just let me know if you want to. But the room that you all are in has like a rather large desk with another large book on it, and it has High Gothic written in it. So of course, Lucky, you can read it all, because you know High Gothic pretty well as a Storm priest.
Mm-hmm.
But you, Caden, Lex, you don't know any High Gothic, unfortunately. But
Okay.
you don't really care because it's not part of your religion.
True.
So he sits down behind the desk and points to like a bench that's in front of his desk and says, "Have a seat."
Lucian sits on the bench.
I'm guessing he doesn't offer me a seat.
He told both of you to sit.
Ah, okay. He
Do you
takes a
sit?
seat.
Okay.
Yeah, I do sit.
So he sits down. You can see like now under a better light in this room that he's kind of old. Probably in his 60s. So he's definitely never seen combat. He's probably been stationed here his whole life, to be honest.
Hmm.
So he sits down and he says, "There is heresy of the highest order here. It's happening right across the bloody street from me." And he points toward the mansion. He says, "But I can't do anything about it."
What do you mean you can't do anything about it?
I don't have the power. I tried going to the Hive City and talking to the Inquisition, but of course things in the Imperium move. And he looks very frustrated for a moment, and his hands, like his knuckles grow a little white, and he clenches his fists. He goes, slow. The only reason they knew the governor disappeared was because I told them about it for 40 years straight.
Well, we now appreciate that you were informing us of it. Because from me to you, we are here now.
He kind of looks you over. He says, "You're new to all this, aren't you?"
He's kind of straight-faced for like a couple seconds, and he's like, and then he says, "Yeah, mostly."
Well, congratulations on your first mission, Ministorum Priest. It is an honor, and he kind of like mockingly does a little bow, and he says, "It is an honor to see you." He's clearly very disdained and very frustrated with the current situation.
Please.
I detect sarcasm.
Yes, you do, Lex. Now, please tell me what is happening over there.
He slams his fist down on the table. Some of his like little knickknacks and stuff jumping up. He points towards where the cathedral or the mansion is again. He says, "You tell me. The daughter and the father disappear for a night. She comes back, he doesn't. Then the town starts prospering and the Imperium doesn't get what they rightfully deserve. It's heresy. That's what it is. Heresy of the highest order. I know she's done something with him. And now she's got cultists going down into her father's basement. Pah! Heresy!
That does sound like heresy, yes.
The guards are in on it too, I'm sure of it. They don't do anything. They walk by as if they're zombies. I guarantee their hearts are filled with chaos."
This is troubling, and I will inform our higher-ups.
No, they won't do anything. There's no proof of it except my word, and you... He kind of looks flustered for a minute. He says, "Listen, I take it you were sent here on Inquisition orders, no?
Yes.
They won't help you. They expect you to do it yourselves. If you don't take care of it while you're here and you go up to the higher-ups and begging for help, they'll see you as weak and send a different party to do it. They won't help you. They didn't help me."
Oh, then perhaps we'll take matters into our own hands and try to resolve it that way.
Yes, get it done as soon as possible, and that's where he can help you. And he points to the tech priest.
Just a quick question for fun. Did
Yeah.
did the dropship carry our tank with us?
No.
Okay. Just checking.
Very subway hours.
Damn it, we can't get into the tank. No.
But he goes, "Do you have a war machine, like a tank or a Titan or something?"
I wish I could say we could, but that is back on our the home ship.
I could build one in a couple months.
We
We
don't
don't
have
have
a
a
couple
couple
months.
months. Bah. He kind of spats and stands up, kind of like gesturing with his hand, like, "Damn it." And he puts his hands behind his back as he paces for a moment. And then you can see like a little bit of a light bulb go out, like go off in his head. And he looks and he says, "Say, you guys could probably sneak into the little rituals they do under that basement."
Maybe, yeah.
There's also an older device in the mansion that the daughter uses to communicate with people. Perhaps your tech priest could get into it and extract some files in case there's anything of interest in there.
That would be possible.
Does she ever leave the mansion?
He kind of like leans forward, kind of like glad that you asked that, and he says, "Not since the incident. Not since her father disappeared."
That is very, very off-putting.
Exactly, but nobody wants to do anything because they don't like the Imperium, and they don't want to give them the resources that they rightfully deserve.
We may try. I think that is a good idea to send Lex here in and see if he can get any information.
He'll have to do it sneakily. Ever since her father's disappeared, I haven't been able to go into the mansion to bless it.
Even more worry.
She says that I'm a madman and that, oh, I just hate the progress that they made, blah, 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 blah. Damn them all to the warp. I know I'm right. I know she's a heretic.
We will get down to the bottom of this situation.
Thank you. Sorry for my mocking tone earlier. It's just been 5 years since anybody's even cared about it.
It is not a problem. Right, well, unless you have something else you can tell us, me and Lex here are gonna go reform with our fellow Vanguard.
He leans over the table again. He goes, "There are prying ears everywhere. Don't let them hear you or catch you off guard." And then he kind of slinks back into his chair, kind of like humming to himself.
Lucian will stand up and kind of bow to the bishop. Lex, let's head back.
Understood.
And Lucian will begin moving back to the party.
He doesn't take notice of you as you leave. It's kind of like he's in his own little world at this point. So you head back out. Everybody's waiting out there. Did anybody try to listen in on the conversation while they took it?
No, not me.
Okay.
Okay.
Lucian will walk up and say, "Please, in a more hushed voice, we should discuss this right here."
How about we take it to the bar? You can close it down.
I'm even more... If we're gonna go, we should go to the Blue Bar. I'm afraid that... Well, let me tell you here first. The bishop here says that there's been heresy for 5 years. One night, the original governor and his daughter left. They disappeared, and then the daughter came back without her father. Then everything starts to get better in town, and these meetings start to happen at her mansion in the cellar. The guards obviously are not paying attention to it, and she herself has not left the mansion since she got into power. Before I left, the bishop told me that we should be careful where we talk, because they have ears everywhere, which I presume means that most likely a lot of this town knows and keeps it a secret. So, I'm worried about the Red Bar. He didn't seem to bring up any information about this, but his brother said that he knew about it.
Oh. I'm sure he's just playing dumb. I doubt he participated in this.
I hope not. But, yeah, we can go discuss it in the Blue Bar. And then he suggested that our tech priest here, Lex, to see if we can confirm all this information. If he can sneak into the mansion, extract data from her communication device, see if he can. If not, then we might have to attempt to sneak into the cellar. If so, then we have our confirmed heresy.
Well, if need be, we can just go in the cellar, and if they attack us... Oh, we were just defending ourselves.
Well,
And also,
there's
if
enough
need
evidence,
be,
we could just attack them and call it a day.
we could also ask for the Inquisitor's permission to investigate and seize this cult.
Do you have a way of contacting him?
I do.
Huh.
Before we left, I got a comm device from...
Interesting. Well, if you want to call him right now, that'd probably
Let's
be
do it in the
best.
tavern.
Fair enough.
So do you call the Inquisitor?
When we get to the
We're gonna head-
tavern.
To the Blue Tavern.
Okay. So you head to the Blue Tavern?
Yeah.
Okay. As you walk down the street, everybody make perception checks at -10.
Oof.
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 Ooh, oh, not as oofy as I thought.
Ooh, not as oofy as I thought.
Oh,
Still very oofy.
alright, so I got a 6.
Okay.
I got a 16 out of 22.
I fail.
I
Okay.
got a 14 out of a 22.
Okay. So Aster got a 16, right?
I got a 6.
Well, with the -10 modifier, it should be a 16, right?
Well, my perception's 30, so that's
Yeah. It's just to make sure that when you state the number, you also.
6 out of 20 then. What?
Wait, so when you're at
it's -10,
yes.
meaning I have it
16.
higher on it.
So if it's
So-
a minus, you get closer to 100. If it's
Okay.
plus, you get closer to 1.
So,
Okay,
Seth,
yeah, my bad. All right.
Seth,
So
To
you
make
were
it-
at 16, so you're at 26.
Well, I
So,
got a 6, meaning that would be 16.
Well, you got a 6 and then a 0, right? Or
I got 2 zeros for the percentage, and then I got a 6.
okay. So yeah, you're at 6, so you're at 16.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I've never used percentage dice ever.
It's okay. You'll get used to it. So those of you who do succeed, you can see a cloaked figure with like a light tan cloak, kind of like off in one of the alleyways. And as soon as you spot this person, they immediately duck and they're gone.
Sneaky. It's
Um,
pretty sus, bro.
Lucian will continue moving forward, but he'll kind of, not turning to look at Kasric, he'll say, "Ears everywhere." And do we arrive at the blue bar?
Yes. So you eventually come to the blue bar, and business is surprisingly busy again. So there's quite a few tables filled up, and the barkeep is, filling up their drinks.
Damn it. Looks like he's full back here.
alright. I think it best that we make it to the mansion now.
Do we want to...
Through the front door or the back?
Hmm.
I was gonna say, do we want to confirm with our Inquisitor, or... This is outside the
I'm
bar.
fairly certain our Inquisitor trusts us to do the right thing.
I would like to talk to the mayor before we have to do anything physical.
Kasric, let me add. She won't even allow the bishop here inside. She says that she claims that he's crazy and to get kind of rid of our old ways.
Tell you what, Kazric. Let's go in through the back door. Then we can
How about
do
this?
a little of the rough and tumble and talk to her all we want.
How about this? Lex, to confirm heresy, and he kind of gets very close to Lex, to presumably where his ears are, and says, while we go through the back door, you sneak in during the commotion and see if you can find any of her audio logs or something that keeps information that she sent out, and take it for yourself, and we can use it to confirm her heresy when we're asked about it. Does that sound good, Lex?
You're muted again, Lex. You cut out there, Nottis.
Might restart my internet.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't catch what you just said.
I essentially said, when we cause a commotion into, like, basically on the cellar to the mansion, you could sneak in during the commotion, see if you can get audio logs from
Yes,
basically
with my
mess
finger
with-
scanner. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
And as for the rest of us, I think truly that, I mean, if this is a all or nothing really, but I don't even think we need to confirm heresy. I mean, just looking at the case as it is, she appears to be disrespectful to the Emperor, and she's not even made a public announcement about anything. She has left the mansion. Did anyone else see anything odd about the guards or
My probabilities detect that, for the most part, she seems partially guilty of her crimes, if they are true. But I am suspicious of the priest himself.
You're suspicious of a man of the cloth?
Yes, well, it may seem strange of a tech priest of all things to say, but I am slightly suspicious of a man who gets so angry over such a thing.
well, you must be understanding. He has been here for 5 years at least, knowing of this heresy, and no one would listen to him.
That is
get
just-
frustrated, true.
That is just normal Imperium things. Most people go their entire lives without being reported back to.
Exactly. And he is frustrated because just now we're getting to... And this has been going on for a while. The only other thing I'll say is, if we're going to take her out, we need to have a successor. And we don't really have anyone in mind. Other than the brothers.
Brothers?
This is just a for fun idea, but they seem to know about the town itself a lot. They might not be in office, but they seem to care about the people more than business.
I don't believe that would be a wise idea.
No, I don't see the problem with it.
Well, even then, if we don't put the brothers in place, who's gonna be in place?
The priest?
It would be likely that we could gather a different government official. It wouldn't be very difficult for the Imperium to find somebody.
I'm not sure about that. You did hear about the city couple planets away. Once their government failed, the entire planet was blown up. I think, if anything, at the least, we need a figurehead. Something to hold the title and sign the papers.
Oh, if that's the case, you could throw both of the brothers in, and no one
Exactly.
cares.
Not
That's what
to
I was
interrupt. So just a quick history cap on like how planets are governed. So you have the Imperial Nobles, which is currently Tanya and her father. They lead the whole planet. So they're technically called governors, but they control everything that happens on the planet. And then below them, you'll have like just planet nobles. And if if the daughter or the father die, one of those nobles more than likely will be elected or handpicked by the Imperium to succeed them.
Oh, so picking the next governor is above our pay grade anyhow.
Yes, but sometimes they don't get to that right away, and that's where things spiral downward, and then mass martial law is enforced, and then a planet gets destroyed or completely mind wiped.
I guess
Well,
there's-
how about we go out of town, just a little walk, and contact the Inquisitor, just telling him maybe prepare
A governor right now.
for new leadership.
Yeah. Let's do that.
I'm the captain now.
Very well.
Okay. So do you guys exit the bar?
I was gonna say I don't think we should be in the bar during this conversation.
Okay, that's fair. So I'll say that you guys were outside the bar. You all do see some of Tanya's guards walking towards you. Just a heads up.
If they're, is that after our conversation or is that during our conversation?
It's like you start to notice them once the conversation has ended, but they're still like maybe 50 feet off from you.
Okay, we'll begin.
But you can see that, yeah, but they're heading towards you.
Okay.
I'm going to try and like curve around the building.
Okay.
Like go around them or like go around
So
the
we're
building?
at the bar. They're coming towards the bar. I'm going to go around the bar.
Like towards the back?
Yeah.
Okay. So you walk through just an alleyway to get to the back of the bar?
Yeah, I think that's what he's trying to do.
Yes, I would also like to initiate evasive maneuvers.
Okay.
Okay, so does everybody start moving towards the back of the bar?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do they follow?
Yes. As you've picked up the pace, they kind of do too. And one of them holds up a hand. They're like, "Sirs, please wait."
Lucian will stop and begin to walk
Okay.
towards them.
Okay.
I'm going to whisper to Rico. Go around that corner and set your gun up. Be ready. If we run around, be prepared to fire at our pursuers. And then I'm going to follow up Lucian.
Now, can I roll?
do.
Can I roll a perception to hear that?
Yeah. Go ahead and roll perception.
Should I roll a deceive?
Are you trying to deceive?
I guess not. I mean, what would I have to roll anything to whisper and hide?
No,
Yeah.
they would just make a negative modifier at trying to hear you.
Okay.
So Aster, you would have to roll a negative 20
Negative 20.
on the perception check.
Let's see. I think that is negative 20. Got 26, and my perception is 30 to succeed, so I don't think I do succeed.
You're rolling an awful lot of sixes.
I got a 26. Yeah, I do. Yeah, my D10 is weird. I don't know.
Okay. So
Can I add as well? I'll have Shrek follow behind us.
okay.
I'll
So
go set up the gun.
okay, where are you setting it up? So just kind of to visualize the battle map, it's a pretty big road. So it's like this area does get some foot traffic here, and it's also big to accompany like tanks or anything if they need to go through here. But there are a bunch of alleyways like speckled throughout the town. So are you gonna like set up on the opposite side of the road, or are you gonna like set up somewhere like on like where you are now, just in a different alleyway?
I'm gonna set up preferably on one of the nearby alleyways,
Okay.
and if I can get a line of sight on the conversation,
Okay, yeah, you can because the like guardsmen stop in front of an alleyway that's maybe like 2 buildings down from you, so you can like run over there real quick and set up.
Okay.
The
Yeah, I'll go
alleyway
do
itself
that.
is, like dark, so they could potentially see you, but their line of sight would not, like the peripheral vision would not warrant that. So they'd have to like look around for you in order to see you.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
And the idea with Shrek is that Shrek's gonna kind of cover, since he's pretty big, he's gonna try to like cover behind them, kind of like act like a well, basically to kind of divert their vision from what's behind the party.
Oh, don't worry, he'll do plenty of that.
And from a mechanical standpoint, I also want to spend every round aiming.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
So you'll get a half action to fire, so you get to fire once.
Okay.
You'll just apply the proper bonuses. So,
But yeah.
so you walk up to the guards, and they say, the governor's daughter Tanya, she was expecting you all. Why have you not come?
Oh, right, well, my apologies. We were actually making some conversation with the red and blue bar here. Very interesting brothers, as it seems. They also met with Bishop. He seemed a little weird. Off-putting. Nothing too weird, though.
So I'll say this guard looks normal. Unlike because just metagame knowledge, just for you. Earlier when I told Astar that the guards that walked by had like grayish skin, these ones do not. They have like normal skin.
Very interesting.
But my apologies, actually. We were going to begin to head to her place.
Oh, well, we can lead you there if you would like. She has been expecting you.
You can wait for us there. I promise you we will be heading there now.
Awesome. The front door will be open for you. And they kind of like stand and salute with their muskets rested against their shoulders as they begin to walk back.
They live for another day.
They do give your ogre and Shrek a few glances because it's not every day that they see one. And he just kind of like gives them like a low growl in response. Kind of like a, what are you looking at?
Yeah.
Hip squeaks.
Shrek. After they are clearly out of earshot, Lucian will say to Kasric, "Alright, I think you can call back, Rico."
Alright. I'm gonna head to the alleyway and tell him.
Okay. So you head into the alleyway and Rico's like aiming down sights on his gun. His comrade's like holding one of the belts to like try and keep it from running out of ammo, and the other one like checking their reserves and stuff. And he kind of looks confused as to why they're walking away.
So, no fight?
Not now, but... Well, I know you'll be prepared, so I'm not worried. You Ricos have a knack for that.
Yeah, sure thing.
I like that Rico's become like just a race of people now.
We're running with the idea that our families had a long feud.
Ah, nice.
So the Rainers and the Ricos, we hate each other.
That's awesome. So do you all head to the building, or do you guys want to do something before you do that? Like the mansion?
We will... Okay, we'll stay in the alley, I'd say.
Okay.
And Lucian will say to Kasric, "Well, I can have Shrek here provide kind of a cover for terms of sound, and you can try to make your call here."
Okay, I think that sounds best. Alright, everyone circle up.
All right.
I'm gonna pull out the comm device.
Okay. It's kind of like like those old, thick black walkie-talkies.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that, but it's got two small antennas with a bunch of like wiring going in between them, and it's got like a little digital green screen on it with some buttons on it. Which roll me an intelligence modifier.
Any modifiers?
Since it is tech instead of medicine, do it at -20.
Oof.
Oof. Okay. Oh, that's not too bad. Okay, so I rolled a 32.
Okay. You've never really held a device like this before, but you've kind of had some training on the side with radio equipment, just standard stuff. In case like your radio man behind the trenches dies or something, and you need to do something. So you can kind of navigate your way through the menus, reading through some of the low Gothic, and eventually you stumble across the radio transmitter or the radio wave that the Inquisitor is on.
All right.
Do you call him?
Yeah, I'll call him.
Okay. So you hit it, and it doesn't like ring or anything, but it lets out like a little doo, doo, doo noise until eventually he picks up. He's like, yes, who is this?
This is Kazric. Task force that you sent.
Yes, it's nice to hear your voice. What are you calling me for?
I just wanted to tell you to prevent unforeseen tragedies. Prepare new governmental official for this planet.
Oh, are you planning to take out the governor's daughter, Tanya?
It has come to our attention that there seems to be a cult in this town, and she seems to be a prominent member, if not the face of said cult. And as with any heresy, it is our job to do our duty.
Yes, very much so. You do have my permission to do what is needed, but I do request that you get evidence of this heresy, or at least get the governor's daughter alive. If you get her alive, then just give her to me, and I'll persuade her to admit to her heresy.
You have my word. This will be done.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anything else you need?
I assume getting the tank off the ship wouldn't be an option.
No, I don't think you'd be able to use it either, because none of you know how to drive it, do you?
I look around.
I mean,
I didn't think of that.
Metagame.
Command the turret, that's about it.
if I looked at the interior, wouldn't I be able to figure it out?
No. You would
Okay.
be able to fix it, and you know like how the components work and stuff. But when it comes to like being able to be trained to operate the machinery, that's not your field set. You can
Sure.
learn it, of course, but that's an operator subclass.
Okay.
I understand. We'll call you once this is over.
Of course. Anyways, the Emperor be with you.
The Emperor be with you.
And he hangs up. The
Execute,
comms device goes black.
execute Order 66. It will be done, my lord.
It will be done, my lord.
Isn't it so fun to be the bad guys? I meant good guys. I meant morally gray.
Yeah.
Morally good guys.
Nah, honestly, everyone's a bad guy in Warhammer, and it's fine. Because everyone's a bad guy. That means somebody's a good guy. Unless you're Tau. Tau can go suck a dick.
Alright.
Fuck the Tau.
Anyway,
Is Tal the weeb one?
Yeah, they're the weebs.
Yeah.
Get them out of here.
Heard about them.
Lucian will say, alright, so, change of plans. Unless we want to divert from meeting with her, then Lex will have to keep her busy and you can sneak away during our talk with her. See if you can get some access to papers or technology. Things that she would, like a video of sorts, audio, anything like that, and take it for yourself.
Do we have a plan on how he's going to get away? because I doubt the I have to use the bathroom is going to work for the tech priest.
Well, depends how much guards she has in there. If we just get into her office, then I'm sure. Well, actually, I have an idea. Shrek here, I might need to be a little more unruly than usual. He'll maybe be yelling a little bit outside of the mansion, which will draw the guards' attention. And I will say I must attend to him because he sometimes gets unruly. And I will go deal with it. While when I leave, Lex, you will join me. However, you won't follow me out. You'll simply leave the room that we find her in. And then you'll break off from there and explore the mansion, stealthily. While I go to quote-unquote handle Shrek.
I don't find anything wrong with that plan.
Of course, there's no command word I can say for Shrek to know what's gonna happen. But I'll tell Fiona to tell Shrek, give us about 10 minutes.
Just so you're aware, you know Ogrins are not very intelligent, right? Like,
Change of plans.
Ogrins are big, meaty claws, crush things.
We'll have Fiona basically, well,
That little thing?
she'll start having an argument with, she'll start
Tell you what.
basically telling him what to do.
What if I just start something?
Rico, if you can try.
Do you want me or do you not want me?
You can.
Okay.
Rico, I think we need you for the main gun if something goes wrong.
Rico won't have time to set it up, though. Most probably only us can enter, is what I'm imagining.
If I have the help of these two, points at Du and Dooley, my two comrades, I can get it up quick.
Yeah. Well,
Let's have Shrek just break a table.
yeah, sure.
And you take him out. And during that disruption, we'll have Lex escape.
What do you mean by take it out? Do you mean calm him down, or?
Just, go with him outside the building.
Okay. So,
And then come back in.
I'll tell Shrek to, when we get in there, to, during our conversation, smash a table.
Alright. And if need be, if we get into a gunfight, Rico, aim
Yeah.
for the legs.
Oh yeah, I'll blow them right off.
Alright, and then with the diversion, Lex will go and stealth and see if he can get anything on her.
Can you give me the definition of stealth?
Be covert. Stick to the shadows. Don't make any noise.
Do you think he's pulling our leg again?
I think he
'Cause
is.
Okay,
I'm
well,
not
let's do this then.
exactly, built for stealth,
Well,
and I'm not part of the Ghost Squadron.
Oh, just walk like you're supposed to be there.
He's gonna He's gonna walk with slightly more determination now.
And there you go. And if anyone bothers you, just shoot them.
He's
Maybe-
gonna pull out his las gun and charge it.
Sure.
okay. Well,
Don't worry, Kazric, this will be fine.
find information first, Lex, then shoot.
So we're going into
Down.
yeah.
Yeah, we're going to go meet with the current governor.
Alright, very cool.
Alright.
Okay. So the people going inside are Astar, Lucian, and Lex.
Yeah, and I want to, I guess, okay. I'll give Fiona the word to tell Shrek to basically start be mad, be upset, or just punch something like maybe possibly part of a house, part of maybe the mansion, and I imagine that'll cause some sort of like a. At which point, Lucian will head out and Lex will come with, but Lex will not come with Lucian outside.
Okay, so so you guys are gonna go in, be cordial, talk to her a little bit. Then there's gonna be the distraction, and then you're both gonna be like, "Oh, we're sorry, we have this big dumb ogre, and we're gonna go take care of him." So then you all walk out, but then Lex peels off and goes and searches through the building.
Yep.
Yeah, let's just hope no one puts down that ogre while we're gone.
I hope not. I don't want Shrek to die.
I mean, if you got a big dumb ogre raging, it is entirely possible for that to happen.
I'll stop it before it does. Shrek is love, Shrek is life.
You better move fast.
Alright.
Alrighty. So you all walk to the mansion, and there are two guards standing out front of the door. The door is open. One of them has grayish skin, the other one looks fine.
Could I use a Medicaid check to see if that's a natural causing some sort of disease, ailment, poison?
I'll say flatly, you don't know of anything that would cause like a gray skin. Perhaps if they're from the Death Corps of Krieg, since their planet is highly irradiated and just a desolate wasteland of pure destruction and war, maybe they have grayish skin. But you can assume that these people are like from this planet, so it wouldn't make sense. I'm saying it wouldn't make sense for it to be a natural thing unless they were from a planet that was deadly in itself.
I see.
So who all is walking in through the front door?
Lex, Lucian, Kasric, I think Rico if he wants.
Yeah, Rico's coming.
Okay. Are your comrades waiting outside or coming in as well?
Waiting outside.
Comrades are going to be coming in.
Okay.
Mine are waiting outside.
Okay. So, you all walk into the building, and it's got a nice red carpet. The hallways seem something of like, if we were to compare it, it'd be like to a castle in a way, where the corridors are kind of tight, made out of stone, but at the same time, it's big enough to where it could probably house a lot of people for events and such. So walking through, a few guards do like point in the direction that Tanya is in, and they're like standing outside of doors and such. Most of the doors are closed. So, real quick. Okay, so as you're walking through the corridors, a few of the guards like kind of perk up for a second and like press something to their ear. It's kind of like they have comms. And as you're walking through, some of them go, apologies, and then they step off and like break off into a direction that you can assert is maybe towards the back of the building.
Was question for you. That's not the
Yes.
direction of my distraction, right?
No.
Interesting.
So as you're walking through, one guard is standing outside of this rather elaborate wooden door, and he kind of opens it up and kind of gestures with his head inside. And inside you can see Tanya already. She's, for an Imperial citizen, rather pretty. She has like long brown hair. It's kind of wavy, so she can take care of herself. Her skin is pretty pale, probably from staying indoors a lot. And she currently sits behind a desk with what looks to be, if you were to equate it to like, something that you would see every day here in like real life, it'd be like an old tube TV.
Ooh.
As you walk inside, the guard closes the door behind you. Inside the room are 4 guards, all with muskets, of course. Instead of wearing like red coats, though, they do have black coats on. All of them look to be normal, like they don't have that skin condition or whatever it is. She does seem to like know you're there, but she seems to be like busy away on the device that she's on.
And Lucian will kind of puff out his chest and, Governor, we are here to visit.
Yes, you are. And she kind of like types down a few things before turning over to you, her hands clasped. And she's like, how may I help, servants of the Inquisition?
Well, in all fairness, we were sent here to... Really, the Inquisition just wants to know what happened to, your father.
She kind of shrugs her shoulders and she says, I can't say. I know that the night that he disappeared, he took me back towards the farmlands and said that he wouldn't be returning for some time. I have no idea how long that'd be, but he told me to head back to the mansion and not to tell really a soul where he went. But he didn't tell me where he was going anyways, so I'm a little confused on that.
Couple of other things I noticed. The bishop here.
She kind of like stiffens up a little bit as you mentioned the bishop. Not in like a oh shit way. It's kind of like a oh him.
How's your bishop been?
Not good as of late. He's been claiming heresy on almost everybody, including just regular farm folk. He told me that I wasn't allowed to leave because I would taint the minds of my people, and I'm slightly afraid to like go against a bishop's word. I don't know what I can do.
Huh. Well, it all seems really good here. The only other thing I seemed to notice was really, why do you have these kind of guys sitting out of your cellar? That's all I'm really confused about.
These guys? I don't know who you're referring to.
They're kind of cloaked, kind of standing there awkwardly.
Oh, between you and me, and she looks towards your other companions, and she says, I don't know if I could voice that with them around. And then suddenly, though, one of the guards, towards like off to the side, kind of like looks to the side and goes to his ear for the comm. And then he like kind of walks quickly over to Tanya and then whispers something in her ear, and she kind of like nods a couple times before she says, You did bring Imperial Guardsmen with you, yes?
Yes, why?
Why is one of them skulking about inside of my mansion?
What are you referring to? Who are you referring to? And he'll
Well-
begin to look around. Is Lex there?
Lex is there. Everybody's there that came in with you.
I don't believe one of us is in here, no.
Well, I'm getting word that his nameplate says John on him, and we don't have any Imperial Guardsmen here, and the other ones are at the city.
John. And Lucian will turn to the party. Does anyone have a John?
Not me.
I look at the mayor. You do understand that lying is a sin.
I'm not lying, she says in a very rather confident tone.
Well, I don't know who this John is, in all frankness. I know all of our current companions are outside. Only us entered, so...
Well, whoever it is, they're disguised as an Imperial Guard. My guards will handle it. I apologize. She seems kind of rather distrusting, but at the same time, she's not like... If you want to roll perception on her, you can.
Sure.
Yes, please.
That's a fail for me.
That's
Okay.
a fail as well.
Damn it.
You can't discern whether she's telling the truth or not about the Imperial Guardsmen, but she seems genuine in her approach.
Well, that was strange. If you all want to wait outside, I can have a conversation here with the good governor.
She kind of like gives you like a nod and a small smile, like, yeah, that'd probably be best.
Rennie will take his exit.
I don't think that to be best.
Lucian looks at Kasric and just gives him a big nod. I'll be fine, Kasric.
Come on, Gashik. I'm sure he knows what he's doing.
Turn around and go out the door.
Anya smiles as you turn around, kind of like, yeah, may as well walk out at this point.
Lucian
And as you do,
will have his hands around his back. There.
okay.
Just stand.
As you move your hand, some of the guards kind of like glance over your direction. It's more of like an instinct thing for them. It's not like they think you're gonna do anything. It's just kind of like a, hey, why are your hands behind your back? But they don't like say anything. As the rest of the party walks out, the guard closes the door behind, and then salutes them.
In the room that we are at, how many guards are there?
You're currently in a hallway. There's one outside of the room. Directly behind those doors are 4 guards that have black cloaks instead of red. Further down the hallway, there were like 20 to 30 guards, but since the quote-unquote incident with the Imperial Guardsmen, there's like 10.
Okay.
And this is like a 50-foot hallway, 60-foot hallway. So we'll cut back to Lucky. So after they all walk out, she says, I can assure you that these men are not cultists, but they are looking for the source of it.
Really?
She nods.
There are cultists here?
There have been a few amount of them uprising, though in my personal opinion, I think it's the bishop's doing. Not to speak heresy or say that the bishop is at fault, but since my father's disappearance, he has been rather angry, very forward and rather rude. I mean, he tried coming into the building once to quote-unquote cleanse it and bless it, but he was waving a las pistol around like a madman saying that we were all heretics hiding something. And about a year after my father's disappearance in that incident, these cultists start springing up around the town, so...
Huh. That's kind of odd. Well, it's unfortunate that it seems the bishop is causing trouble. I've also heard, however, that business is going well.
Yes, very much so.
How are you accomplishing so?
By giving the Imperium less of what they demand.
I see.
See, the way that the Imperium works is, as your resource count goes up, they demand maybe more percentage, or perhaps more just count. So my father was originally giving them 80% of everything that we made. I lowered that at first to 40. Because we're only required, given our planet's circumstances, maybe 25 to 30%. So I lowered it to 40. Now that business is booming, we are making more. I have dropped it down to the minimum required amount, which is 30%. So I'm keeping more for my people.
That is fair. One quick question, and I hope it's not too rude, but some of your guardsmen here don't look normal. Not in their clothing, but their skin.
She smiles at this. She says, yes, some of them served on the front lines.
Front lines of what?
She leans forward, of the Imperial Guard, fighting orcs, Tyranids, Tau, Eldar.
Does fighting like that normally, like, cause weird skin changes like that, or?
It can cause a lot of things. I mean, think about it, World War One. You know, people would die more from infection than actual gunfight in World War One just because of the poor conditions.
Yeah.
Well, 40K, it's like that, but on a massive scale. So it couldn't be out of the ordinary for somebody to develop a skin condition, especially if they're on, like, maybe a planet with a high isotope count, so like radiation is everywhere. Perhaps they had to fight underground for a long time, and so their skin was like basically away from sunlight and in the dark all day, every day. There are a lot of things that could cause that. My only assertion to John earlier was that there's nothing that he could think of on this planet that would cause that.
So, then your guardsmen have come from external sources.
She nods.
I see. Well,
We are not soldiers here. We're farmers.
understandable. Well, do you have an idea of where we could start finding these cultists, as you said?
She thinks for a moment before saying, honestly, they probably are more active in the hive cities, since that's where the bigger body count is.
I see. Well, just a question from you. I've talked to some individuals in the town here. Some say I asked about if you made a public appearance. Some say you don't leave normally. Is that because of your fear that you might leave and something bad will happen, or?
I am afraid that somebody will take me out if given the opportunity, yes.
Huh.
Plus, the bishop doesn't like me per se. And since the incident with the las pistol, I have found it necessary to keep myself away from him at all costs.
Well, why don't you walk outside with guards around you?
I could, but we are away from the hive city and its resources of the Imperium. So if enough cultists jumped me and my guardsmen, it would be very hard for us to accommodate that threat.
I am just curious though, what is going on in your cellar?
Why don't you find out?
Huh. Well, would you take me and my allies there, or?
She shrugs and says, "You can go yourself. It's right along the side of the building."
Can I roll perception on her tone of that? Is that something that's...
Yes, you can.
Well... Okay. Well, I may or may not check it out. Other than that, things seem to be going well here. Now, I believe our conversation is over, so my friends can come back in and ask questions if they'd like.
Sorry, repeat that.
I think my friends could come back in and have a conversation if they'd like.
She holds up her hands and says, "Be my guest."
Lucian will begin to move towards the door and
Okay.
slowly open it.
Okay. You open it, and outside are your friends and the guardsmen.
You guys are good to come back in now.
Alright, I'm gonna head back in, I guess.
I'll head back into.
All right.
Um,
So heading back inside, the door closes. Nobody seems like none of her guardsmen seem tensed up or anything.
So, do any else, does anyone else of us have a question for the dear governor?
So you've been in control for 4 years?
5.5 technically.
Hmm. So, I've been told that even though you're only giving the Imperium 30%, you're still giving them the equivalent amount that you gave them when your father was giving 80%. Is that correct?
Yes.
May I ask how you were able to grow your productivity so exponentially in the last 5.5 years?
Because we lowered it. So after I took over, I lowered it from 80% to 40%. So we were giving less at first. But then as we were keeping more, we were able to produce more. And with gene tube testing being taken part here, we're able to make people more quickly. So more hands to farm. Now
That's
the
some
Imperium
fast development.
Yes. So now that we are prosperous, the Imperium is currently earning what they were earning earlier when my father was giving them 80%, but I'm only giving them 30. So in my opinion, it's the best of both worlds. They receive the same amount that they were earlier, and I give them less, percentage-wise. I'll say she says that last part a little snarky.
Okay. Well, is there anything else, or can we wrap up here?
How old was your father?
He was 52.
I don't have any other questions.
So, with my scholastic lore chemistry,
Yes.
would I know much, if anything, about the gene splicing to increase child rate
A
around?
little bit. You'd know that the Imperium at first was like very stingy about it because it required an AI, and they're not too great or like really excited to work with AI. But they have been using it recently, though it's only really given to planets that's earned it, so to speak. And what I mean by that is like Krieg. Krieg produces a bunch of soldiers, and they produce them very quickly. But the Imperium wanted to speed this process up, so they gave them gene tubes, and these gene tubes allow them to produce people more quickly.
So the planet we're on is it like a major resource planet, or is it just kind of minor?
This one would seem like a major resource planet now. You can't tell from before when they were giving 80% of everything, but you can see now that this is a major resource planet, especially if they're reaching those numbers that she's indicating.
May I ask how long you've had the gene capabilities?
About 3 years now.
I see.
And I'll say people born in gene tubes typically grow up very, very quickly. You don't know, because that's not your specialty, but you know that they do grow up very quickly. They also die quicker.
So they're like clones, like
Yeah.
Star
They're
Wars
ki-
clones.
Yeah, kind of, but they're more human because they like are actually bred with human like eggs and embryos and stuff. But it just speeds up
Okay.
that process.
All right, I think we're done here. I think we should check out the cellar, of course.
Yeah.
Do you still want your distraction to take place?
Yes.
Okay. So your Ogren's gonna go on a little bit of a rampage, or just get really loud?
Yep. Did any of the guards in the room react?
Almost immediately when he starts like reacting, the guardsmen like move into a formation around her, like the black coated ones, and kind of like they're not pointing their guns anywhere, but they're like keeping their eyes out. And she says, "I do apologize, but it seems something else is occurring outside of my mansion." She says that like very annoyed, as somebody was sneaking around, and now there's this.
What could that be?
Dumb Ogren is causing trouble. Don't worry about it. We'll put him down very nicely.
Dear. Do not do that. I know how to handle it. Lex, I need you to come with me. Perhaps if you could send the guard guarding the store to help us kind of calm him down. I can handle it myself. I'm good friends with him.
Understood.
So you have it under control?
I can. I just need an extra hand to help me, like the guard guarding the store, or a guard in the hallway, something like that.
I thought you could do it yourself, though.
Well, he kind of gets unruly, so he gets to throw his arms around, and I kind of need him to kind of get still for a moment and breathe. So, in order to do that, I kind of need to restrain him.
Roll fellowship.
Oh god, this is like my best thing. This is my best thing.
Now, I've got a quick question. Is there a way for me to assist in that? Like in the other
No.
D&D type? Okay. Go by no.
Unfortunately.
Fate can be with me if I choose so. But
Yes. If you want to, you can give yourself a plus 60 modifier with a fate die.
and is that before the roll or after the roll's determined?
You have to apply it before.
Oof.
Or if you roll and then you don't like the roll, you can apply the fate die to re-roll, but you have to choose between one of the rolls.
Honestly, okay. I'm just gonna do the plus 60 now.
How do we determine our fate stuff?
You guys don't have any. It's given out at DM's discretion.
Oh, okay, I see.
It's like inspiration.
Okay, yeah.
All
Never mind.
right. So I'm at a plus 60 now.
Yes.
So I rolled 88, but with a plus 60, that brings it down to a
28.
28, and my fellowship is 43.
Yep. So you have two degrees of success there.
Nice.
So she says, "Fine, Ludwig," and then the guard outside of the door leans in. He's like, "Yeah." She's like, "Can you assist this Ministorum priest in his endeavor?" She says that last part kind of like, "God, why can't I just have one good day?"
Mhm.
And he snaps to attention and says, "It'll be done, my lady," and then starts walking towards the front door.
Lucien at this point will kind of beckon Lex to follow him. Sincere apologies. I'm sorry for this. I will attempt to fix this immediately. And Lucien will hold open the door for Lex to walk through.
Appreciated.
Okay.
And then Lucien will kind of quickly close the door behind them. As soon as they do, is there any guards standing in the hallway now?
There are 10 guards standing in the hallway.
Frick. Are they further down or are they spaced out?
They're sporadically spaced out. It's a 50-foot hallway, so there's like maybe 2 every like 5 feet or so.
Okay. Is there a door immediately to our left or right?
No, there's solid wall, and then there's like a little staircase that's like maybe four steps down, into the main hallway. So like it's only based on your knowledge as you were walking through, because there were 30 but 20 left to go deal with the, like infiltration.
Mm-hmm.
So there's 10 left that you can assert. You can't see them from this angle, but they are in that hallway. And the hallway's like a straight shot. You can assert that the doors will lead to like different passages that go throughout the mansion, but it's a rather narrow hallway with just like some regular decor.
Okay. Lucien will say, I'll begin moving down the hallway. You shadow me, and then as soon as a door comes up, I need you to attempt to open it quietly and get through it and close it quietly, okay?
As you're talking, you hear a loud bang, like a musket shot, come from the back of the building.
From the back of the building.
Yes.
Does everyone else hear that as well?
Yeah, it's pretty loud.
Lucien will stop and then reopen the door to the area everyone else is in and say, what was that?
So, like, you're talking about the office that she was in?
Yeah, because we haven't
Okay.
really entirely left yet.
Yeah.
Like, we're having a quick conversation.
She smiles and she says, "Just the infiltration. We took care of it."
Hold on.
Smells like somebody's been farting in here.
Okay. Lucien will he will say okay, and then he will take Lex and perform their strategy, hopefully.
Hopefully.
So, as you guys are walking down the hallway, you're going to try and slip into one of the doors, right, Lex?
Caden?
I mean, yeah. Can we just do the plan?
Yeah.
Open the door. Easy clap.
Well,
Okay,
hopefully.
So, you'll need to roll an agility check
Okay.
at -20.
Sure. By the way, Carson, agility isn't my strong suit.
Okay, well, I don't know that, so...
I mean, I'm a tech priest, bud. Now
How
you
am I
do.
supposed to know?
What do you think? Running around is my specialty? I didn't get robotic bits for nothing. I barely pass with a 26.
Okay, so you slip into one of the doors, like very quickly, like open it and kind of usher your way in. Somehow your robotic parts just don't get caught on anything. It's like it's kind of like the Emperor himself kind of guided you through that, or the machine gods, anyways.
Machine gun. Yeah, there you go.
The guards kind of like look around, like, what was that? But they don't say anything.
And then at that point, Lucien begins to kind of fast walk down to the front door.
Okay. We'll cut to the people inside of Tanya's office right now. Just because she's going to look at you all and say, "You all can leave now if you wish."
Okay, yeah. Bye.
She kind of gives you a smile. Oh, do you guys wish to leave the building as well?
I'm gonna step out. And does everyone else step out of the room?
Oh,
Yeah, same here.
Do
Okay.
we want to go check on that spy?
Ooh, which spy?
The one they put down.
Oh, John.
You guys hear
yeah.
another bang, by the way. So there have been 2 bangs now.
Putting down. Do you want to hurry?
Alright, let's go.
So you guys kind of quick walk to the front door.
To
Getting
wherever
out-
the banging is coming from.
Wherever the banging is coming from, that'd be towards the back. You don't see an immediate route towards the back.
Yeah, we'll just try to get there.
Okay, so you'd have to go out the front door and then circle back around.
Okay, we'll do that.
Lucian, do you wish to do that?
So the circle back would have to like involve going outside first and then going back around.
Yes, you'd have to go out the front door unless you want to try and slip through one of the many doors and potentially get caught on the way. But if you do, then you can try and find a route through the building to get to the back.
No, I'll think since I'm going outside first anyway, I'll go to tend to Shrek first.
Okay.
And then as soon as I see my party begin to move that way, and Shrek hopefully will calm down, I'll run up to join them.
Okay. So you go tend to Shrek. We'll cut to Token real quick. So Lex, as you go through this door by some godly, like, inaction.
Magic.
Yeah, like you kind of take a deep, like, sigh, kind of like, fuck, I made it. Good. And looking around the room, you're in a reading room. There's a bunch of books around. There is a small door leading towards the right of the building. So you don't know whether it's, like, you can't tell what's inside because it's closed, of course, but that's the only other door in here.
Okay. Can I sneak around to the other door?
Yeah, there's nobody in here.
Okay.
So you just walk on over there.
Okay.
Your cloak can get caught on a dresser real quick, but like you quickly like feel it tug before it can like break anything, and like you like stuck it, and then keep on walking. And you open the door, and this is a back room, and there is one guardsman sitting in front of a bunch of computers.
Oh.
I'll say your dice were very lucky on that one.
Yeah, I'd say so.
There's just one of them, he's got a red coat, and he's got one of those big fluffy hats.
Oh, okay.
There is a flintlock sitting on the desk.
Oh, wonderful. I have a las gun, so.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way I can jack myself into the computer?
Yes, you should have the ability to do that if you want.
I do have the servos to do that. I specifically took that.
Yeah, so you should be able to.
Okay. I just have to jack my finger into it. So,
Mhm.
or it was either that, or I have the option of jacking my spine, which I thought the finger was a bit more appropriate for Twitch.
Just a little bit.
Yeah. Well, he's on the computer. Yeah, the guy.
Yeah, he doesn't see you.
Can I just walk up and jack my finger into the thing, or what?
Like
I'm
if
assuming no.
No, I would say no because like he'll
Yeah,
see
because
you
he's
do
right
that.
there. Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
he'll see you do that, so you'll have to like take him out before you do anything.
okay. Um,
But then again, you are indoors, so the sound of a las gun or a flintlock would probably alert nearby guards.
This wasn't part of the job.
You do have a knife.
I do with my utility arm. It does have a knife on it. It also I have it here. Let me check what else it does. Can I use okay, so with the utility Mechandrite that I have,
Mm-hmm.
I can employ a blast of smoke.
Yeah.
To distract and choke people, imposing a -5 penalty to weapon skill tests made by all living creatures.
Okay.
It is a half action too.
Okay. Yeah. So just metagame knowledge, since it's weapons skill, it'd be melee weapons, and it would affect you too. He does have a gun.
Okay.
So technically wouldn't be affected by that.
Sure. Okay, I'll just go ahead and sneak attack him.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your dice to hit him. You'll be applying
Okay.
weapon skill. And since he is unaware and sitting still, it's a very easy check, so you're at +40.
Okay.
Which area of him do you wish to attack?
Would I know the vital spots?
I mean, you can assert like if you stab him in the neck or the head. he'll
Yeah,
die.
simple stuff like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Stab him in the neck then.
Okay. What'd you roll?
91.
Plus your 40, that would make it 51.
50.
51, right? So your dice rolled 91.
Yeah.
Okay. So you rolled.
And my character sheet definitely does not have that. It's weapon skill, yeah, which is 34.
Yes.
So I do
You
not
do
pass
pass.
it.
No. So you go up to try and stab him, and something in your arm malfunctions, and you're probably gonna beat it later to try and figure out what was wrong with it.
Sure.
So your arm like is just a couple degrees off, and the blade just kind of skims past his cheek. He goes like, "What the bloody hell?" And like he stands up, but he did stand up on the opposite side of his flintlock, so he's not near it to grab it. Since that was a surprise round, I don't really know how.
Part of the protocol.
Yeah. So I think you guys do opposing agility checks, and that's kind of like the like
Oh
initiative.
God.
So go ahead and roll.
I pass with a 21.
You barely beat his check, so you do get to
Okay.
go first.
Can I try to stab again?
Yes, but this time you do not get the benefit.
Okay, well, this is gonna get really, really tough.
Question: if I had not spent my fate die or fate point, could I have theoretically helped him using my fate point, or is it a situation I'm in?
You could have used it.
Fuck.
Is there any negative bonuses and shit?
No, right now you're just at a flat 0.
Okay, so I got a 33 out of a 34 in my weapon skill.
Okay,
Do
so you
I
do
pass?
yeah, and you do hit him in the torso. So
Okay.
roll your damage.
What is a knife's damage, by the way?
It's
I-
1d5 plus your attack or
Okay.
your strength bonus.
Yeah.
4 plus strength, which is a 2. 6
so-
total.
Okay. Do you have a D5?
I do have a D5.
Okay.
I basically what I do is I just use a D6, and then if it's a 6, I just re-roll it.
Okay, that's fair. Also, you could use a D10, and then 1s and 2s are.
Oh, that works too. Yeah.
So that's another thing that you can do.
Yep.
So you stab him. He does take 2 wounds from that. He's looking pretty bloodied at this point. You kind of like stabbed him in the liver, so he's kind of like clutching at his side. His movement is lessened now because he has a vital wound. So he goes to try and like grab his flintlock. I'm gonna make him roll a agility save.
And this is how Lex dies.
He fails. So as he goes to try and get his flintlock, he stumbles over the chair, and it knocks him over, and he knocks his flintlock off the table. It doesn't discharge, but it does like fall onto the ground about 10 feet away from him, and he's currently prone.
That's spooky.
It's your turn again.
I'm sorry. Stab again.
Okay, roll. Since he's prone, you do get the plus 30 bonus.
Okay. That will be a pass then.
Okay.
If you didn't give me the bonus, I would not.
Okay.
not
So roll.
pass.
Roll for damage.
Okay. 2. 4 actually in total.
Okay.
'Cause of the strength
So he
bonus.
takes another 2 wounds. You're just shanking this guy to death.
No, man.
He's still alive though. He's groaning as he's like grabbing his stomach.
I am sorry.
Up, man.
So he's gonna try and get back
This is
up.
brutal.
Watch us be wrong. Watch us be wrong.
This is brutal.
So,
I mean, honestly, it probably wouldn't be that big of a deal.
but your knife is really big, so some of his intestines are starting to spill out a little bit.
Nice. Okay. And it's
so-
my mechanical arm that's doing this, so my
Yeah.
hands aren't getting bloody.
No, so your mechanical arm is getting blood all over it, and like as it's pulling the blade out, it's kind of twisting it and like pulling out more.
It's my utility. It's my utility. Fuck. It's my utility knife too, not an actual ballistic knife.
All right, so it's even worse. So
Yeah.
So he like gets back up, and then he starts like hobbling towards his flintlock. He goes to like lean down to pick it up, and more of his organs spill out, and he like falls over again, clutching at his stomach.
I feel
Um,
so bad.
It's your turn again.
I am sorry. If I had feelings, I would be crying.
Yeah, I'm sure he really appreciates that.
You're at a plus 60 to hit him now, by the way.
Okay.
You can't dodge or anything. So.
I pass.
Okay, roll your damage.
What have you made me do? 5 total.
Okay, so you stab him again, and this time, like, it's just too much, and his head falls back,
This is
and his
why I'm
body's
never the party leader.
So you've got this dead body with organs hanging out. The computers are still on. Some of them are camera related. Other ones seem to be browsing through files.
Lex will stand still looking at the body for a moment, and he will proceed to say, "Analysis complete. I do not like rolling with it."
Yeah, this guy. So his body's still twitching a little bit as his brain fires off some signals as like his final moments are fleeting. But he's definitely gonna die.
He will sit down in the unbloodied chair, hopefully. And hopefully there's a jacking port for my mechanical finger.
There is.
Okay. Which I will proceed to... I don't know how this would work visually, but jack my finger into it.
I got you. So we're gonna cut back to the rest of the party while you do that.
Okay.
There's just chills down. Lucian gets just gets chills down his spine. He's like, huh?
So Lucian,
I
I'm
feel
gonna
like something
need
just
to,
happened.
you're gonna need to roll a fellowship check on your ogre.
Abs on my ogre or for me to
On
throw
your
them?
ogre.
Oh, okay. My ogre is the most awesome fellow. Yeah, the most awesome fellow there is. That's a lie. Holy shit, he rolled a 2 out of 25.
Good shit. Okay, so you managed to calm him down pretty well. He's been with you a while enough that like the sight of you just kind of like calms him.
Mm-hmm.
So
Nice.
like you're sitting there like patting his arm like there Shrek, it's okay. It's okay. The rest of the party wishes to like go around the back towards the gunshot, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you guys try to circle around like do you want to go around the right side of the building away from the cathedral or the left side towards the cathedral?
Towards the cathedral.
Okay.
Following that.
Okay, so you guys head around towards the back. You can see the quote-unquote cultists are gone. Seemingly like maybe they left or maybe they went down into the hatch. You guys can't tell. But the guards are dragging 2 bodies away from the back of the building, and they are dressed in Imperial Guardsmen outfits. And you can discern that you've seen these people before and that they came in with the commissar.
Oof. Major. We'll turn around.
Code red.
So are you guys going to go towards the bodies?
Nah.
part of it.
I turn around.
Away from them?
Yeah, I'm going back to the main street.
Okay.
I
Does
am not
everybody else follow?
associating myself with that.
Does anybody else leave, or are you all still there?
Let's just go away from that.
Okay. As the guards like drag the bodies away, you can see 2 huge like holes in the middle of their foreheads, assumingly where like the flint or like the muskets were shot their balls into them essentially. Thick balls of lead. Let's just put it that way. Very bloodied. Their outfits are pretty bloody as well. They seem to be taking them over towards the cathedral. So the cell door is unguarded. I'll say that.
Is it possible for Lucian to head over to where he saw them going, or?
Yeah.
All right.
There's like a small gate in between the mansion itself and then the cathedral that the guards lift open. There's only 2 of the guards are dragging the bodies, and a couple more are like escorting them over there. But the rest of them seemingly like went back inside.
Okay, Lucian's gonna go join with his party again.
Okay.
Well.
So you come around the side, and there's like some flowers and a tree or 2 on the side of the mansion, and the cellar door is also unguarded.
This is nice. Do we want to go into the cellar? I have sent Lex in. I think Lex is good. I don't know what he is. I don't know why my accent changed. I think
You're all
Lex
gonna
is good.
chill when he says that.
Let's hope he does better than the other 2 that the Commodore sent.
Speaking of which, I didn't know there was more Commodore sent.
Yeah.
Which means they're definitely trying to hide something.
They were our men.
What? You mean like they came with? You mean like they came
Yeah.
with us?
They came with our Commodore.
Who were they?
I don't know, ask the Commodore.
No. 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 Asta.
Yes.
Were those yours?
I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't seen those men in my life.
No, seriously, were those yours?
You see a singular tear.
Which one? Was it JJ? Was it Nathan? Which one was it?
Let me just service and fuck off memes.
Oh no. What is this gonna be? No! No, not Nathan and JJ!
Wait, what?
Nathan and JJ are dead!
No!
This
was
is
that
truly a sad day. Only Joellen and Skylar live. Oh no. Was that what? I know there was a typing war between you two. There must have been. Is that what this is about?
Yeah, when I was having to say, like, hold on, like,
Oh,
he was
no.
like, I'm gonna send these guys to the back. So John got caught right off the bat with a 66 on his agility. Nathan barely passed. Nathan didn't get information.
You won, bro.
Yeah, Nathan didn't get any information because he didn't roll high enough, and then he got caught on his way out.
Oof. Alright, well, Lucian's gonna say, so do we want to go into the basement while they're distracted?
Might as well.
Yes.
Let's get everyone here then. I guess. Alright, we rally the vanguard.
This time.
Okay. The door is too small for Shrek to fit through.
No!
I'll say that.
Okay,
It is a sad day, but Shrek will have to remain outside.
I'll tell Shrek.
No, tell him to crawl. Crawl through the door.
I'll tell Shrek. Sit on this door. If any of them come over, be very discouraging with them. If they point and start to hit you, put your hands up. And I do all the emotions, like the pointing and then the hands in the air.
I got you. So, as you guys head towards the cellar door, I assume everybody's going there except for Lex, of course.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you guys wish to go in now, or do you want to wait for Lex?
Hey, I say we go in.
I say we go in now while the distraction and everything is going on.
Okay. So you guys head on in. The doors, it's kind of like an old wooden cellar door, where it's got the two openings and like a bar on the outside of it. So you head on inside, and door closes, and you can hear Shrek like thunk against it as he sits his fat ass down on it.
Yeah. This is my
It is-
swamp.
It is dark, but as you like start walking down the stairs, they lead pretty deep underground. By the way, I just want to say that.
Interesting.
So you guys head on down, and some lights start coming on as you make your way down through. 1 second, let me send the battle map of it.
Oh no!
Why would we need a battle map?
I do not like.
I do not like rolling with it. Why would we need a battle mat, Seth?
Because murder time.
It's just
We're
in
just
case,
gonna-
right?
Talk our way through it because we're game repeat leaders.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're playing XCOM, guys.
So you guys
Playing
come
XCOM,
down,
baby.
and it's almost like a cave at first. It's not like a normal building.
You're right.
You guys are entering in from the top entrance.
Okay.
But up ahead, you can see like a stone floor. You can see more light in there, some pillars.
Alright. So I've only got Fiona.
I assume everybody else brought their comrades down in with them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. What would you have your servitor doing, Lex?
What would I have my server doing?
Your servitor.
Oh, my servitor? By the way, I just want to let you guys know for the entire party. Do you guys know what a servitor is?
No.
No idea.
No, I am not working.
Okay. Okay, that's probably better left unknown.
Oh wait, no, I remember what a servitor is. Oh god.
I've googled an image. Oh, he looks kind of ugly.
Yeah, they're basically either heretics turned into slaves, slave robots, or failed space marines.
Oof.
So what do you want me having him doing?
I would say because of your technology, you would be able to communicate directly with him, kind of like a comms device.
Okay.
Just because the way that he takes orders isn't like you tell him. It's like you just send him like binary code, and then his computer reads it and then translates it into an order.
Sure.
So you can communicate regardless of distance.
I'll keep him with the party. How about that?
Okay, so you just tell him to follow the party.
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
He's
So
can he be the is he a land one where he's walking around, or is he a floating one?
He's a land one.
Okay.
So he has legs and arms, and he's got a couple
Yeah.
bionic arms.
Okay.
Okay. So you all. So as you guys get into this cave, do you want to head straight forward? Do you want to go towards the right or left?
Let's go. Well, we always have a saying. Left for lightning.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go left.
Okay. So you avoid the stone room up ahead, and you start heading left, and it's just like more cave and more cave. You enter into this large little section of it, and it smells terrible here. You can't see because it's too dark. I think your guardsmen should have lights on their las guns, so that your guardsmen turn on their lights, and you can see a bunch of dead bodies,
Oh.
and they're like gruesomely destroyed. Like there's just intestines and gore and bones. It's like they were blown up and then just deposited here.
Lucian will say, "Well, this must be the townspeople. Do they look like townspeople? Like, do they have average clothes on?"
You can't tell. There's no skin or anything. It's just
It's just.
bones.
They're
They're human remains, of course, but you can actually see like some rats crawling in through the body parts and stuff, eating away, maybe some bugs.
Okay.
Huh. I've heard about skeletons in your closet, but not a pile of corpses in your basement.
Could I use a Medicaid check to see how long the corpses have been, well, corpses?
Sure. Go ahead and roll. There's no modifier on it besides the one that you currently use.
Okay, so... Oh, that's good. Okay, so I get a plus 10 because it's Medicaid.
Mhm.
I got a 67, which exceeds by 3.
Okay. Some of these bodies are recent, like within the day. Some of these bodies are a few months old. Some of these bones are, by the looks of it, they've been down here for a long time.
Okay.
Well,
Should we go down one of the other halls?
let's let's go see where the other kind of cave opening leads to.
So do you head down the right side?
Yeah.
Okay. So you start walking down the right side, and I'll tell you right off the bat, it seems pretty endless. It doesn't seem like it's going to lead anywhere except deeper into the planet itself.
Interesting. Okay.
Perhaps the one with the stone floor.
Yeah, let's try that one and go left.
Okay. So you walk in, so you start heading back, and then you find your way, and you see the stone room. And as you walk in, it's kind of dark, but the lights turn on, and you can see about 5 guards that have gray skin and black coats
Oh.
that were standing off in the darkness. One of them has a chainsword and a las pistol, and then the other 4 have las pistols as well, along with chainswords. One of them points the las gun to you and says, "Tanya sends her regards." And we'll cut back to Lex.
Son of a bitch.
So Lex, you jam your finger into this input device, and across your goggles you can see green text scrolling by. Some of it's too quick for you to really think about. Thankfully, though, you have some implants to help take care of that and process the info for you. You don't come across anything too extensive right now. If you want to dive deeper, you can roll an intelligence check at a +10. Did you catch that?
It's like flickering in and out.
Yeah.
Caden.
Yeah, I caught it.
Okay.
Dude, I really want. Did you guys just not hear that?
Nope.
No.
No.
Okay, well, I might just restart my internet. Give me a second.
Okay. In the meantime, we'll cut back to you guys then.
Okay.
We'll go back to him. Everybody roll their agility checks.
Shit. And that's for our companions too?
Your companions get the same roll as you.
Oh, cool.
We just roll for our agility and then tell you how off or on we are.
Yeah, it's you want to tell me how many degrees of success you have. So if you
Okay.
don't succeed, tell me how many degrees of failure you have. Just like type it into the general chat.
Okay.
So for the first guard, second guard.
Oops. Wrong one.
So how do I calculate degrees of success and failure?
It's by
Every 10 percentage points.
yeah.
Okay.
So if your skill was 60 and you got a 40, you'd get 2 degrees of freedom success.
Okay, now question. If I got a 38 and my agility is 37,
You got 1 degree of failure.
okay. Thank you.
So, Rakus, you got 2 degrees of success there, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. Okay. So I have the initiative order. Just making sure. Yep. Okay, we're good to go. Cosric, you go first. So there are, looking at the battle map, there's 1 guard in each of the corners of that room, and then there's 1 towards the stairs that lead downwards.
Okay, and you said one of them has a chainsword, right?
All of them have chainswords and las pistols.
Okay. I would like to have my comrade shoot
Okay.
one of them twice. So
Okay.
2 standard action. It's two standard attacks.
Yes, without aiming. So what body part is he aiming for?
The body has no modifier, right?
I believe it's, yeah, I don't think it does, but it still has degrees of success and failure of its own. So it's like, with your weapon skill, how many degrees of success you land determine that, like whether you hit or not. But then let me look at the character sheet real quick. Sorry. I gotta pull it up. So, yeah, so to hit a leg, it should only be like, if they're wearing armor, I think it's like 86 to 100, so you have like a really high chance of hitting that. Body is 31 to 70% to hit. Head is 1 to 10%. And arms are like 1 to 20.
I think that's... Okay, so if I were to fire at the chest...
Mm-hmm. So if you were to fire it at the chest, you have a 31 to 70% chance to hit. That's how I understand it. Of course, we don't have to do it that way. We can just roll and then use your modifier to see like if you hit, like what your, like if you have a weapon skill of 32, we can just use that.
Okay. I think what I'll do is I'll just do one shot
Okay.
and then aim as a half action, which I believe gets it a plus 10.
Don't
Yes.
forget you have to ready, which is a half action.
Where's ready?
Ready's pulling out your gun.
Okay. So I'm going to ready my gun and then fire. So no aiming.
Okay, is that your Imperial Guard or you?
My Imperial Guard.
Okay, and I'll say for the sake of brevity, just to like prevent confusion, just base it on your actual skill. We won't worry
Okay.
about like everything else.
So my Imperial Guardsman has a skill of 35. Plus
For
10.
ballistics?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus 10 because he's using a standard attack, so he has a 45% chance of hitting.
Okay.
And he rolls a 20, which is pretty good.
So he hits.
Succeeds with 2 degrees of success, right?
Yes. So you roll the d10 plus your degrees of success
Okay.
for the damage.
Alright, so on a d10, I rolled 7 plus 2, so 9 damage.
Okay. So you hit. He hits the one by the stairs, I assume.
Let's do the corner closest to us.
Okay. So the back left one is the closest one to you. So he hits that guardsman pretty easy. The black coat that he's wearing seems to absorb most of the blast, but you can see that it did hurt him, and there's like a small little opening in his coat now, and there's a little, and it's not blood because it's a laser, but you can see that there's like a burn mark there.
Okay. And then for my action,
Mhm.
I would like to use half of my action to move to get into cover,
Okay.
and then use the
Great.
other. Huh?
So you can see. So are you trying to get into cover in the room or outside of the room?
Outside of the room. So I think like backing up and then going behind that cavern wall.
Okay.
And then for my other action, I will ready my weapon.
Okay. So that's your turn.
Mhm.
You now have a half cover.
Okay.
So the guard that you that is by the stairs is going to pop a shot at Lucky.
Shit. Okay.
He will miss. He shoots wide, very wide. But he does get another one because it's just a standard attack.
I don't like that.
That will also miss. He shot very wide.
There is sweat all down my face right now.
They're just las pistols. You can hear the shots ring out. They kind of echo down the hallways. So, after he shoots, it is now your turn, Lucian.
Okay. So, Lucian is going to have. You said there's a guy in the center, right?
There's a guy right at the base of the stairs, or not at the base, at the top of them. He's the one that pointed it at you and said, like, Tanya sends her regards. Yep. And then you've got the 4 guardsmen that are each in the corners of the room.
Lucian's going to look to the guy who said Tanya sends her regards, and he's going to say, and the Emperor sends his. And Fiona will attempt to shoot the guy on the stairs.
Okay. Roll for the attack.
Alright.
Well, actually, my bad. So she has to ready her weapon?
Yeah, so it's not going to be aimed.
Okay, so it's just going to be a standard attack.
Yeah. So, let's see. Okay, well, shoot my fucking cock off. That's 100.
Yeah, so she shoots wide. It blasts into the wall behind him, and you can see like sparks fly out as a few of the bricks fall down, and some dirt from behind it starts seeping into the room.
And then Lucian. So what does movement cost? Can you do movement?
You can do movement as a full action to move 18 meters, essentially like 30 feet or so, or you can do it as a half to move half that.
Okay.
So like 9. Or you can use it as a quarter action and move 3 meters.
Lucian is going to ready his gun and aim at the guy on the stairs.
Okay, so you're readying and aiming. So that will conclude your turn. So now it is guard 2's turn. That's the one that got shot.
Okay.
So he's going to charge your guardsman, John, seeing as he was the one that shot him. And he's going to roll to attack with his chainsword.
Could my Imperial... Well, I guess I... Never mind.
What were you going to say?
I have to wait to just... I can wait to dodge
Yeah, you can. The
until
first attack is
he
going
actually
to...
hits.
The second attack, damn, they're rolling really low. So the second attack will also miss. So he goes to like swipe at your guardsman, who ducks under the chainsword blade. And he tries to like bring it back down in an attempt to like feint it. But the guardsman easily uses his las gun to like block the attack from the side. It is now guard 3's turn, who's in the back right corner, so the opposite corner of that guard. He's going to, with a standard action, shoot his las gun at actually one of the Imperial Guardsmen that Aster brought down. That is going to hit.
Which one?
Let's say Joellen.
Fuck the art. We don't need it.
All right, Lex is back. So we'll finish up this one turn, and then we'll go back to Lex.
Okay.
So he blasts her in the side. Let's see, it was 3 degrees of success. That's a 10, so 13 points of damage. What's her... So she has an AP of 4. What's her toughness rating?
I gotta find the soldiers. 1 second. So, an Imperial Guard. Guard Black Armor for all wounds 10. So,
But what's her toughness rating? I know the wounds, but I don't know the toughness.
I believe the toughness is 35.
Okay, so 3, or so she takes 4 points of she takes 4 wounds, so she is down to 6 wounds.
Oh,
So he's going to attack her again. That one will miss. That one will go wide and blast into the wall near where Kazric is, and it will like blow off some of the rock there. Now it is Astar's turn.
alright, so now I have a question. Every single comrade has their own turn, basically, that goes with my turn.
Yes.
And what exactly do they have equipped? They have las guns?
Yes, but for the sake of you being a commissar, your guardsmen attack together. So you don't roll for each individual guardsman, you roll for all of them.
Oh,
That's how we're handling it. So like, for instance, Rennie's guys, since their main job is to just set up his gun and keep feeding his gun, they roll together for like how well they do on what they do.
okay, so it's basically just one roll then.
Yeah.
Okay. That is a...
What are you rolling for?
Oh, I was rolling to attack with the las gun.
Alright, you have to ready your action.
Oh, right.
So you get to attack once as a standard action if you want to.
I will do so. And for that, I rolled a 7. I don't know the numbers for that.
Okay, but I need you to be more specific because I'm wondering if you're reading the dice wrong because you need to roll a D100 and you need to roll a D10. And
Okay, so for the percentage die, I got 2 zeros, and then for the D10, I got a 7.
Do you mind trading out that percentage dice?
The percentage dice? Yeah. Let's see, I'll grab that one. Okay, cool. It's now gone. Roll it?
Yes.
That is a 30.
Okay, so you got a 37.
Yeah.
What is the weapon skill of your Imperial Guardsman?
Let's
Like
see.
the ballistic skill, my bad.
A ballistic skill is 35.
Okay, plus the 10 because that's one of their modifiers, I believe, is plus 10 on a standard action. So you do hit.
Alright. And that's a D10 of damage?
For each Guardsman.
Oh, and that's 2 guardsmen.
Yes, but you only have 1 degree of success, so you only add 1 to that.
Okay. So I roll for the D10. I'm gonna swap at this D10. I've got nothing but 6s, really.
Okay.
I'm going with full green dice now. Let's see. Alright, that's a 3. Okay, that's not a 6. I'm tired of seeing 6s.
Okay. Roll it again for the second guardsman.
That is a. What the fuck? I got another 3!
Okay. So, total damage of 6 plus 1 for each guardsman, so 8. His
Yep.
AP is 4, so he takes 4 wounds. So, your guardsman blast him, and the black coat seems to absorb most of the blast, but just like the other one, kind of seeps through a little bit, and there's some singe marks now. So now it is the guardsman that's in the back right corner, towards the stairs, and he is going to rush Fiona with his chainsword.
You fuck. How are you gonna kill John's girlfriend like that?
That is going to hit.
No.
No!
What is her toughness rating AP?
Her toughness rating, and that's the ability. That's like the 10s digit.
Yes. So like for every, so if she has like a 40 toughness, she has a toughness of 4.
Yeah, so she has a toughness of 3.
Okay. And then what's her AP?
I need to find that. It says Armor Stormtrooper Carapace 6 all.
Okay, so she has an AP of 6.
Yeah.
So she won't take much damage. Yeah, so he goes and attacks her with his chainsword, but the teeth of it kind of like cause a bunch of sparks on the armor, but it bounces off.
Nice.
So her armor absorbs the blow, but he goes in again. That will drastically hit better.
Oh no.
Okay, so this time he goes and he attacks her from the waist, and manages to cut into the armor a little bit. You can hear her scream out in pain as she shoves him away from her. There is blood coming out of her side now. And it seems like he didn't get super deep, but he got deep enough.
Okay.
It is now guard 5's turn, who's in the back left. He, on first glance, seems to have a las gun, but then you can assert that it's actually a combat shotgun. So he's going to go ahead and shoot a standard attack with that against Fiona.
Man,
His first shot will hit wide, so the pellets hit at the wall. I need everybody to make an agility save.
Okay.
So just roll for agility and tell me how many degrees of success or failure you have.
Including Fiona?
Everybody.
Okay.
Since I'm behind cover, would I have to roll?
No, you're out of the room. I forgot about you.
Kick ass.
Okay, Fiona rolls in 100, so
So she's gonna get hit.
yeah. And then
I feel like a mercy main.
Lucian. Lucian will also fail.
Okay. By how many degrees? So like,
Oh.
what did he roll?
Right. It was a 60 at, so by degrees of 3.
Okay. Yeah, just put how many degrees of failure or success you have.
And our comrades are a collective?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and if you're curious, Fiona fell by 6 degrees.
Okay.
Man, I'm just gonna have to get new comrades. I'm gonna name them the children like of Shrek.
Oh, that's
Okay.
horrible.
So 5 plus 4, so 9. So if you failed, you take 9 points of damage. My bad, 9 points of damage plus the degrees of failure that you had. Subtract that from your toughness rating and your AP, and that's the end result of how many wounds you take.
Okay.
If you succeeded, then you'll take 9 points of damage minus whatever degrees of failure you had. Or success, my bad. So like since Remy succeeded by 1, instead of taking 9, he takes 8, and then subtract your AP and your toughness.
Which AP are we using? Our body?
Yes. Because it doesn't hit in any particular place. It's just going to be bodies across the board.
Oh, solid.
So if Lucien failed by 3, so that's...
You take 9 plus 3.
So 12, and then my AP is 3, and my toughness is 3, so that's 6, so I take 6 wounds.
No, you take 6 off of it. So you take 3. Your toughness rating and your AP act as armor.
Right.
So they negate the damage. So since you have a armor rating of 6, and you took 9 damage, you're only going to take 3 wounds.
Right, but I failed by 3, so don't I add 3 to the damage?
Yeah, you do.
So it would be 6 damage?
Yeah, it would be 6.
Hey, how are my comrades looking?
They were Imperial Guardsmen, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so they failed by 2, so 11, AP of 4, toughness of 3, so 4, so they're down to 6 out of 10 wounds.
Oof.
So let me look at something here real quick. So 9. Fiona failed
What's
by
Fiona's wound con?
Hold on. Fiona failed by 7. There's 9,
Okay.
15 points of wounds damage. She has a toughness of total 9. Wait, hold on. I think
What's her wound count?
she's 10 right now.
Okay.
Well, I
She
think
might-
she'll survive.
Oh my god. That's awful.
'Cause it's
16
So she took...
minus her total, so minus 9, so she took 7 wounds.
Plus the other one from the chainsword, which was 4.
Oh, so then yeah, she's gone.
So these large pellets kind of ricochet around the room and they hit various people, but most of them careen directly into Fiona, blasting through her armor, and she's just like her body explodes essentially. There's just arms and a head laying down on the ground. The rest is just intestines. Her legs like slump to the floor afterwards.
Alright,
Whoa.
Felicia was one of Shrek's children, so Felicia's going to be the next.
It is now Rennie's turn.
Okay. Rennie and his comrades each are going to spend 1 action, or half an action,
Okay.
moving into the area from which we came.
Okay, so the like tunnel area.
Yeah, the tunnel area, and we'll go as far
Okay.
as our half action takes us.
Okay.
And then I will use my action to ready the heavy gun, and then use their action to brace the heavy gun on Do.
Okay. So you brace this heavy gun right next to John, essentially. So he's just kind of like chilling next to you as you ready this gun.
Can I talk too?
Yeah, you got a free action.
Okay. Hey, Gazrick, be useless or be useful. Help Dooley. Kind of gestures over towards the other comrade, and that'll be his turn.
All right. We'll cut back to Lex real quick. So,
It is my time to shine.
so you jam your fingers into this input device. As I said before, it scrolls past it. Roll the intelligence check at a +10.
Okay.
Additional +10 to whatever else you already have.
Yeah, I have a plus 20 because of my utility arm.
Okay.
And it also, for tech use tests, it is a built-in combi tool, or combi tool.
Okay. So yeah, just add another +10 on top of that.
So that's plus 20. Nice. 9. Yeah, I definitely pass.
Okay. So you dive into these files and you come across about 10 documents that you really do take an interest in. And they detail in depth a plan. And this plan was orchestrated by Tanya herself. Essentially, she was going to trick her father and sell him out to chaos. In exchange, the demons that she was speaking to wanted to get some sacrifices here and there, And then on top of that, they wanted to build up a little bit of a cult following to increase their powers. In exchange for that, they would grant her planet more bountiful harvests. They would also grant more production of people, so people would make babies more quickly. And she would get to reign over the planet because they would get her father, essentially. And this letter detailed to her guardsmen what was going to occur, and that they were going to have to follow or not. And essentially, there was another section of it that detailed to the ones that chose to like go with what she said and accept it, that the guardsmen that chose against her were going to be corrupted to then, in turn, also follow. So those are the ones with the gray skin.
Okay.
Those are the corrupted ones. The ones that are not corrupted have the regular skin, and they chose to follow her.
Okay.
So it's about a 10-page document. And they are separate files, by the way.
Okay. Can I just save those onto me, or do I put those in my data pads?
You have to put them into your data pads, and you only have 4.
Okay. So I'll do the most important ones, I guess, which involves her selling out her father to chaos.
Okay.
And what can I fit into the 4?
You can fit essentially her detailing that she did take her father out and what she did with him, which was essentially she took him out to the farmlands and tricked him by saying that there was something going on. Some of the farmers were saying that there was an issue, it has to be taken care of immediately. So he was just kind of like, yeah, sure. So then he walked out with her. You can't see like what demons were summoned or what their names were or anything, but you can get that part. You can also get the part, and that takes up about 2 pages in depth. And then the next part also takes up about 2 pages or files in depth. And that's some of the guardsmen chose to follow her, and some of them didn't, and the ones that didn't were corrupted.
Okay.
Those would be the most important ones because that would also say that there is chaos and heresy going around.
Okay, I'll just copy and paste those onto my data pads.
Essentially, yeah. So you now have those bits of information.
Okay.
Looking through the rest of the files, you can't see much, but you can see through the cameras. And you're able to see your party is being attacked in the lower cellars, and you can tell where it is based on, you being inside the system. You get kind of like a blueprint layout of it, kind of like an innate knowledge. So you get all these different pathways that lead to it. And you actually see that there is a hidden door behind one of the bookshelves, and you have to pull the Imperial's or the Emperor of Mankind's history book out just ever so slightly, and then the door will open, and you'll be able to get down into this basement with them.
Okay. Can I relay that to my drone?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Your servitor is currently he's not in the combat itself. He's kind of chilling. Yeah, he's kind of chilling back with where John is.
How about, can I have him just go to that area and just do that? Since he's not really a combat servitor?
Yeah. So he'll go to the area that the hidden door would be at. And he presses one of the stones on the wall, which opens it up, and actually in turn opens up the bookcase door as well. And you can actually hear it opening up.
Oh, okay. Let's have him walk down in there as well.
Well, your servitor is with them, right? So are you going to walk onto them, or are you going to have him come up to you?
I want my servitor to... wasn't it my servitor with the group, and I asked him to... Okay, never mind.
Yeah, your servitor is with the group down underneath in the basement.
Yeah.
He can open up the door to you, but he's already down there. So that's what he did.
Okay, that's perfect then. I can just head down there, yeah?
Yeah, he already used his movement as a half action to get there, and then used the rest of his action to push the button.
Okay, I'll just head down there then. Cool.
Okay, so you're technically
I won't even bother hiding the body.
Yeah, no point.
Yeah, since I know they're chaos now.
Yeah, go ahead and roll the agility check.
Okay.
And just type into chat, or just tell me how many degrees of failure or success you get.
Agility check. My agility check is 27, but the roll I got was a 22.
So that's 1 degree of success, technically.
Okay. Because it's
Consider that 1 degree.
it's intense, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you'll go after Astar.
Okay. Cool.
Starting back at the top, it's Kasrik's turn.
All right. So, surveying everyone, I presume Fiona's dead.
Yes, she is a bloody pile on the ground with her head, her arms, and her waist and below. The only things that are still like conceivably body parts. The rest, a bunch of mess.
Okay. Who is injured?
Both of Rico's guys took a few wounds.
Same with the stars.
Yeah, Astar's guys took some wounds.
There's currently someone with 1 health.
Lucky also took some wounds.
Who looks like it's the most injured?
Lucian is half down.
Who is at 1 hit point? Star.
Jerwellin's at 1 hit point.
Okay. I would like to, I guess, go over there and perform first aid.
Okay, go ahead and roll, and then apply the. If you succeed, of course, then you'll add the degree.
I assume she doesn't have critical damage, right?
Since she's 1 HP, it's not necessarily critical, but she's bleeding from multiple parts.
Okay,
So
so
she's
I
got
don't
like
get
she's got bullet grazes on her torso that's pierced through her armor. She's got like a las blast in her back.
Okay, so I'm going to be using my med kit. I got a 16. That's great. Okay.
Okay.
So I succeed with, I think, 7 degrees of success.
Okay. So you roll a d10 for that, yeah?
No, I think it's like a set amount. Let me see. If he succeeds, he removes the amount of damage from his patient equal to his intelligence modifier plus 1 additional point per degree of success.
Okay. So what's your medical modifier?
So that would be 6 plus 7 because of the degrees of
13.
success. So 13 points.
You get to work, and really quickly you patch her all the way up. She's full once again on her wounds.
Yeah.
Neat.
Dang.
And then for my Imperial Guardsman,
Mhm.
he's going to, I guess, shoot the guy that attacked him.
Okay.
No.
That'd be the guy in the back left corner.
Yeah, and then he's going to shoot with 2 standard actions.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for hits.
Okay, so first one is a hit with 1 degree of success. Second one is a miss.
Okay. So go ahead and roll damage for that first degree of success.
So 1d10 plus 1. So I rolled an 8, so that's 9 damage.
Okay. So you blast him. Anyway, I started blasting. And essentially, he takes the shot into the torso and it pierces through him. So he's kind of got like a hole in the side of his torso now, and he's gripping at it, but he's still got his shotgun, and he looks bloodied, but he's doing okay to an extent.
Okay.
It is guard number 1's turn again. That's the guy by the stairs. Seeing as Fiona just got immediately destroyed by that shotgun blast, he's going to charge at Lucian with his chainsword. That is going to miss.
Okay.
So, Lucian, you managed to dodge out of the way of his chainsword, and since it took a half action to get up to you, that's the rest of his turn. So it is now your turn, Lucian.
Lucian's going to sigh deeply. Holy shit. I guess we're in it now. Lucian is going to say, "We stand for the Emperor, even if we fall." And he will ready his chainsword.
Yeah.
And will make a weapon skill attack. Okay, that passes.
Okay, how many degrees of success?
2 degrees.
Okay. So go ahead and roll for damage. I believe it's a D10 for a chainsword.
Yeah, it says to me D10 plus 2. So,
Yeah. So you automatically add 2 to it, and then your degrees of success.
So that's plus 4.
Yep.
9 points of damage.
Total?
Yeah.
Okay. So you cleave into this guy. He is very bloodied. Your chainsword manages to cut away at the fabric on his shoulder, causing the rest of his black coat to actually kind of fall down a little bit, exposing his torso. But he manages to use his other his chainsword to like lift yours out of his shoulder. But he is severely hurt.
Okay.
And his AP is gone now. So now it is guard number 2's turn, who's in the back left corner. He's going to go ahead and attack. He's going to attack. Let's roll for it. Kazric. He's going to attack you. All right. He's going to attack Kazric, attempting to stop the healer. That's going to miss on the first standard attack. And that's going to miss on the second standard attack. So he shoots wide on both shots. The blast careening into the wall behind you. It is now guard number 3's turn, who's actually closest to Joellen and Kazric, and he's going to attack Joellen again.
Oh no!
That is going to hit for the first attack, 1 degree of success, and that's 3 degrees of success on the second attack. So 1. So not by much, but he manages to hit her twice, and she takes 3 wounds in total. So she's down to 7. So the shots careen into her and blast through her black armor again, exposing a few more parts of her, and actually the chest piece of her armor actually manages to disintegrate on the second blast and starts falling apart. So her AP is no longer covered on her torso. It is now Astar's turn.
Oh. So, all of my comrades have the guns out. Would I also have my gun out?
You readied your action, so yes.
Yeah. So, for all of my comrades, that is... Let's see. Yeah, so that is a 59, and my weapon skill is 31.
So they miss. So whoever they tried to shoot at, and try to specify who they're going to attack.
Oh, probably the closest to that.
Okay. So they shoot at the person that shot Joe, and both their shots are wide.
All right. Am I now able to attack?
Yes, but they can go again if that was a standard.
Oh, that was a standard then. Oh.
So they can attack again.
Okay. Oh, now that's a 14.
Okay, so they succeed by, I think, like 3 degrees. So go ahead and roll 2d10 and add 3 to it.
Alright. That's add 3 to each, or is it 3 in total?
Yeah, add 3 to each.
Okay, so that is a 5 and a 6, plus 3 and 3 for another 6, which is 17 damage.
Okay, so they shoot him on the second try, and his body starts disintegrating on the second shot. His skin fading away as his muscles start just like turning to ash, essentially.
Oh my god.
But before he does that, it actually manages to blow him up, essentially. So his body's disintegrating and being blown up at the same time from the force of the blast. Where he was, there's just a black spot, essentially, on the wall.
Wow.
Now it is your turn, Aster, now that your comrades have gone.
Alright. Wait, who's left?
There's one in the back left corner, one in each corner near the stairs, and then one in the middle of the room attacking Lucian.
Which one has the shotgun?
The one in the back left corner.
We're gonna go for him.
Okay. He's currently wounded, so you're gonna shoot him with your bolter. Also, do keep in mind how much ammo you guys are burning.
Yeah.
So
I definitely need to keep track. I only got 5 shots.
So, I rolled a 32. My weapon skill is 31.
It's not weapon skill; it's ballistic skill.
Oh, that's a 28. Okay.
So you miss. So you shoot with your bolt pistol, and you just hear this loud noise. Everybody does, as like you fire this off, and it's your first time firing it off. It echoes through all the hallways, and actually, I need you to roll a toughness save.
Oh. Oh. Okay, so that is an 85? And my
So
toughness is
it
32.
blows out your right eardrum. You cannot hear out of your right ear anymore.
Well,
So you see this missile essentially leave your bolt pistol and slam into the back wall, exploding the area. So it still deals damage to him even though you missed. So I need you to roll a 1d10 for damage.
very cool. That is 3 damage.
Okay.
And I don't add a thing to that, correct?
No. So the walls cave in on the area and the ceiling starts falling down and it crushes him underneath the weight, so he is dead anyways.
Holy shit!
Um,
I
So-
need more shots for this thing.
it is now Lex's turn.
Alright.
Okay, so from where am I exactly? Since we're not streaming
So-
this, it's hard for me to tell.
You're good. So if you go to the pics and you look
Yeah.
at
I see the map.
Yeah, you are essentially in that left hallway just before it enters into the big cave-like room. So you got the stone room that is bordered by the cave.
Okay.
Then you
Yeah.
got the big room right there. Towards the left of it, you're right in that small hallway.
Okay. Where is the rest of the combat ensuing?
Everybody's in that stone room.
Okay, can I just make my way to the stone room?
Yeah, it would take your full actions to get there, but you can get there.
Okay. Actually, on second thought, how about investigate the other rooms? Would that...
Since you weren't here. The room that's like keeps leading down that area seems to go on forever, and then the other one is filled with rats and dead bodies.
Okay.
And you would actually know that layout anyways, because you would know that they would be dumping the bodies in that little cave area to the right.
Okay. And I know what's happening because my servitor, right?
Yes.
I assume I know the combat is ensuing. Okay, I'll make my way to the combat then.
Okay. So it takes your full action to get there, but you can see that the stormtrooper that traveled with the storm priest is completely obliterated. You can see that two of the guards that were attacking them are also dead. So there's only
Okay.
3 left. Moving on, it's the guard fourth's turn, who's in the back right corner. He's going to charge. He's going to charge Astar with his chainsword. That's going to miss. So he goes up to you, Astar, and he goes to attack you, but you use your knife to just barely parry it enough to force his chainsword to go into the ground. Rennie, it is your turn.
Okay, who looks the least injured among the
the-
enemies?
The guardsman that just attacked Astar.
Okay, and what range would you say he is in?
Probably about 10 to 20 meters from you.
Okay, so would that be about point blank? No, not really.
No, it's not point blank because your barrel isn't directly on him.
Okay, what about short range?
It is short range.
Okay. He is going to command his comrades to use range volley,
Okay.
which 2 half actions, so that'll give him a +10.
Okay.
And then he's also going to aim the shot
Okay. So your comrades spend their turn aiming the gun, and then you use a half action to aim it, so you get a plus 20 on that.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So go ahead. Are you going to shoot with your last half action?
Yeah, and then I'm gonna shoot, so that's gonna be a total.
Plus 20 to the hit.
Yeah. Okay, let's roll this.
And then they're plus 10 because it's a standard attack. Right?
Oh, okay. I succeed
By how
by
many
1 degree.
By 1 degree, okay. So
So
go ahead and roll the damage.
Okay. Sorry, I have to add a lot of numbers. 18. 7. It's going to do 37 points of damage with 10 points of penetration.
Okay. So you fire at this dude, and it completely obliterates him. Like, the shot goes through him, hits the wall behind him, causes that to cave in, which would actually kill the fourth guard in the back right corner by where you're situated.
Oh,
Because the
lovely.
walls and the ceiling would cave in on him there. So this little room is starting to fall apart a little bit, but it's barely holding up. So you've killed 2 guards with 1 shot, essentially. And the guard that you shot essentially blows up in a fiery smoke. So guard 4 and guard 3 are both down. We're starting back at the top with Kazric. There's only 1 guard left.
Oh wow, there's only 1 left.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess I will use my Imperial Guardsman to shoot the last guy twice.
Okay.
So his skill is 35 plus 10 per standard. First one will miss. Second one will hit with 0 degrees, so just barely hit.
Okay.
So just a straight D10 for damage.
Sounds good.
6 damage.
Okay. So his breastplate was falling off, so he has no AP on that. So you shoot him, and the shot burns into his torso, exposing his organs as the skin peels away. And he falls down, clutching at his stomach before his face twists into a painful look, and then he falls over to his side, and he is dead.
As soon
and then-
as he... Oh, well. Are we still in initiative?
No, you are out of initiative.
Okay. As soon as he's dead, Lucian will hold up his chainsword in victory. And then just...
Fiona is dead, though.
Yeah.
Alright, that was a good one.
Yeah. And he'll kind of look over at Fiona. If any of you would like to use any of her equipment, you may. I know she had some grenades on her.
I will say you guys also hear chanting coming from down the hall, down the stairs.
This
How's
changes
the-
things.
Room looking. Is it still holding up?
It is falling apart slowly. You think that if you needed to, you could probably dig your way out if you went deeper in, but at the same time, you don't want to stay around in here too long.
Alright.
Well, we ought to hurry up.
1 second.
Oh, it's always seconds with you.
I'm gonna start using first aid on anyone who got injured.
Okay.
Awesome.
So
Can
let's
you
just
put Fiona back together?
Puzzle piece.
I'll say for the sake of brevity, you do manage to get everybody up back to full HP.
Oh, awesome.
Wow.
Nino burrito.
Because I'm gonna say we are going a little late, but that's okay. I don't have a busy day tomorrow.
No,
Yeah,
do I?
neither do I. John.
So
Yeah, but I want to go to sleep.
do you guys want to go towards the left, where the bed and bathroom area is? Do you want to go to the right, where the little hangout area, or do you want to go towards where the chanting was?
Well, let's go towards where the chanting is, yeah?
We gotta deal with the thing first.
Gotta deal with the heresy.
Okay.
Oh, how is my comrade looking after firing the gun next to their face?
I mean, he's stone cold. His face shows no emotion. If there is any if he's hurt at all, he's just sucking it up.
Oh, that's how I like them.
He's not voicing any concerns. He does have a little bit of a limp, but at the same time, he's not saying anything. So,
Okay, we'll keep on going then.
all right. So as you guys make your way down the hallway, you guys can hear the chanting more and more and more. You guys get to that second set of stairs. There's a iron door blocking your way in.
Don't worry, I got this. I set
I'll
up with
let
the
you
las
take
cannon again.
All right. Are you gonna shoot down the door?
Yes, I am going to shoot down the door.
Okay. For the sake of brevity, you're able to set it up, aim it, ready it. Roll for a hit with a plus 40 modifier because it's just a door.
Okay,
I
sounds good.
cannot wait for him to roll like an 100 and it just bounces off the iron door and just eviscerates all of us.
No, I succeed by 1 degree.
Okay.
I keep on getting close
By
calls on
1
this.
degree.
With a plus 40. So go ahead and roll damage.
Okay.
And I'll say, soldiers, since you get the sense that you shouldn't undo your gun after you fire this. Like you should keep it set up.
Okay.
Like a-
26 damage.
Okay. The door blast open and they are
Also,
torn from their hinges.
Before we find out what's behind this door, I want to clarify that I want to make sure everyone's got their guns out.
Yeah, you guys didn't put them away.
Everyone has weapons ready this time?
Gotta make sure this time.
Lucian, yeah, he's. Wait, let me double check Fiona's gun real quick, but he may be carrying Fiona's gun. What's Fiona's gun? Let me check. Fiona's gun is a hot shot las gun. It is a las gun.
Cool.
So, yeah, he'll be having her las gun in his hand.
Ooh, is it gonna be all dramatic and dual wield las guns?
I think you can, but you face like a big.
It's like a -20.
Yeah. Anyway, continue.
Oh.
I think he has to basically prepare 15 more guards for us to fight.
Oh. Yeah, about that. So,
Also, I want to specify before we initiate combat. I want to have my las pistol out, not the expensive ammo bolt pistol.
Especially because you can't hear anymore.
I just want
Yeah.
to let everyone know.
Yeah.
I'll let them know. Can we say I let them know before I fire on the door?
Yeah. It won't affect anything really.
Okay.
So the doors are blasted off their hinges, and inside the room you can see 12 cultists with crosses on their heads, and their arms are gesturing towards this large pentagram with a circle around it, and there's human remains at each point of the star. And before you can react, they all explode in just a mass of gore without saying anything. And then the circle around the pentagram fades away, and it grows into a bright pink color.
Oh god.
Are you serious?
Uh-oh.
And so then this large gateway opens up in the ground, and it's just pitch black by the looks of it, but you can see lightning strikes a orange down inside of whatever this is, and a large red hand reaches out, and this huge mass begins to just pull itself out, and it's just a bunch of flesh and bone putting itself together as it exits this interdimensional portal. And his hand has generated a giant fire sword, and a shield is on his other hand. His tail whips about as it's just a mass of bone, and these horns grow out from his face as his lizard-looking man steps out. He's easily 10 feet tall. And then the room expands to the point where it's like a huge battle room. Essentially, take the room that you see in the bottom right and just make it 100 by 100. So it's like a big battle arena. And as you guys are found yourself inside this room now with no way to escape, it's just solid walls around you. His eyes open up and this fire seeps out, and it's purple and green and hazy. And he just kind of chuckles towards you, and he says, "Prepare yourselves, and roll the agility."
Shit, guys, I think we're gonna
Have you
die.
guys seen my? Did you guys see my general chat post?
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
you know, also, I've been listening to the Doom soundtrack right now. This is hilarious. As a star is seeing this, he's gonna remember that Kasric has a radio?
Yes.
Yeah, he's gonna say, can you tell him if we don't respond in the next 10 minutes to bomb the planet?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
I mean,
Fair enough.
I mean,
I mean,
chaos isn't that bad.
ET's
Is the portal still there?
Yeah, it's still there.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Hey, I advanced level 2! Oh my god.
yeah.
Clap.
Dude, I rolled.
So what does Kasric say to this statement? John?
Huh?
I'm talking to Kasric, bro.
Oh no, like I sorry. I gave him a nod.
Okay. And I'm gonna pull out.
Put your degrees of success or failure in the chat, please.
Yeah.
I assume using the comm would be like a full action, right?
Yes.
Oh, you legendary man, now you're playing it for everyone else.
Yep. Okay. So succeed.
If I get a 31 out of 37, is that one succeed?
Yes, that's 1 degree. That's what I consider it.
I'm scared, man. I'm scared.
Lex, what was
Don't
your
like
degree of
this
success or failure?
This is why we don't have a motion attachment.
Caden.
Oh my god, man. I was listening to Doom music, so I couldn't hear you guys. I was wondering why I was too quiet.
Well,
This is really bad. What happened?
roll your agility. How many degrees of success or failure?
Okay. One.
I thought our bard was
Okay.
supposed to inspire courage, not fear.
One success.
Okay, so essentially, Aster, Lex, Rennie, and Kasric all tied. You guys
Okay.
can
Like
go.
roll or something?
Yeah, so. Alright. So the demon does go first.
Fuck.
Oh fuck. It's okay.
I mean, I'm not really surprised.
He's going to cast a psychic ability.
Oh boy!
Um,
And the fun thing about them is that they don't give a shit
Hold on, I gotta
about
fix
like
this real
negative
So he rolls a
consequences.
D100 and sees what he gets.
Hey guys, did you know that chaos literally can't die?
69.
Nice.
Alright, so. Token.
Yeah. Hi. It's going.
I assume your machine parts are not warded.
Yeah, not in the
And-
moment.
Okay. So I need you to roll a toughness check with +10.
Oof. Okay.
is he gonna get taken over? We have to fight him too?
That's not quite how chaos works. Well, actually, yeah.
Giving spoilers to the chat.
Okay. Toughness, you said?
Yes.
So this isn't a willpower check. Okay. -10, you said? Or add 10?
Plus 10, yeah.
Okay.
Negative
Um,
10.
Oh no.
I rolled that.
I fail.
Okay. So 1 second, let me roll the damage. Okay.
Papa, babe.
So you see before your eyes, your stuff starts short-circuiting. You can feel your limbs twitching as this invasive presence kind of like overtakes your body for a second before passing through you. You do take directly 6 wounds.
Oh, that's half my HP. More than half my HP.
So you
Cool.
take directly 6 wounds. And your utility arm cannot work right now for... that's not too bad. Only 2 rounds.
Oh yeah.
So you cannot use your utility arm.
Fun.
He's going to use another psychic ability. 45.
Yes. The guy who can use 2 psychic abilities.
Okay, so
Back to
all the
back.
walls start seeping blood, like just through all the cracks. There's just blood and intestines pouring from the cracks.
Dude,
I remember-
It's gonna be
okay.
we're gonna bust the guy who did the bad thing situation.
I just
now
I
we're
just imagine-
Doomslayer.
I just imagine the walls are bleeding and Astar shoots one of our guys. Alright, go get him, guys.
You can hear Fiona's voice asking Lucian why he let her die.
Oh,
Um,
fuck.
And then his sword is a mass of fire as he charges forward, and he's going to do a sweep attack. Okay.
This is
so
how it becomes a one shot. It's where we all die.
Oh my god, okay. He rolled really well on that.
I'm
we're all
so
dead.
glad you did.
It's over, boys. You can't even call out to
Okay.
tell people
So everybody, so
it's over.
you all didn't get a chance to move, so you all are within 30 meters of each other. So he got 2 degrees of success on that.
Oh, we're dead. It's over.
Okay. So, 10 plus. Okay, so apply your armor bonuses.
Okay.
Okay. I'm
Can,
going to
can
say
we
your
roll the
com-
dodge?
Yes.
Oh, can we?
Yeah.
Awesome.
You'll take
So-
half damage.
Okay.
Half it. Wow.
If
just-
you're not
just go
trained
ahead
in
and-
dodge, does that mean you can't take it at all, or
No,
you can take it untrained.
so it's minus 10 if you take it untrained,
Um,
or you just
I
don't
think
get
you just
bonus?
don't
think
get the
so.
plus 10.
Okay. All right.
I'm so glad I trained. Oh my god, I'm so glad I trained in agility.
I'm so
Okay.
glad I rolled good.
So, however many degrees of success, you will also deduct from this damage.
Okay.
On top of your AP, apply your body armor bonus. Although your body armor will go away after this.
Fuck.
Just a heads up. Also apply your toughness bonus.
Okay.
Everybody takes 12 wounds.
Oh.
I'm crying right now.
Oh.
There's tears streaming down my face.
So, do our comrades also roll this agility?
Yes.
That's it. And I just rolled it. Just now. Do I roll it for everyone or
You roll it as a group.
as a group? So would that mean because I just managed to roll for the percentage die 2 zeros and then a 9? Does that mean everyone gets a 9?
No, you roll for your comrades and then you roll for you.
You have to roll
Okay, so
separately.
my comrades roll the 9. Now I roll
Yes.
for me,
So
which is a 10.
their
Okay.
AP was a 4, toughness 7. So they your comrades take 3 wounds each, and their armor is gone.
I take 3 wounds each.
Yes, they take 3 wounds each.
My armor's gone, but I don't take any damage.
Yeah, thankfully.
So that's a positive.
So both my comrades will take. Oh wait. Was it 12 damage and then we? Oh, oops! I did something wrong.
12 damage, take away the toughness, the AP, and then the degrees of success, or add the degrees of failure.
Okay. It's actually
Man, I feel like this is a Sean Cunnings fight. I don't know about you guys.
It's just one demon.
It's just what
Yeah.
you
How are my comrades looking? They succeeded by one.
So they're looking all right, but they're just above half. They're like a 60%.
Guys, I think we have to kill in one round.
So everyone just let loose on it? Yeah.
Did I
Yeah.
mention the part where demons can't die?
Hey, did you forget to mention the part where they can get tired?
We will try and outlast you.
Yeah.
Suppose we could try running away too.
No.
I mean, yeah, we probably could do that and then just bomb the entire planet.
There is
If,
no
if we can
door.
get away.
You know,
There's
he got
no
yeah,
door.
there is no door.
We're on a
there are
plane.
no doors.
We're in the weird interdimensional. Oh no.
Oh
Oh.
no, he went. Alright, guys,
Oh,
remember
no.
how we took double
Big
team? We
boomer.
need to use double team. Remember we took all this shit?
We
Use
all
it
took double
Oh,
team.
okay. So we can use gang up. So we get like because we're all
Doom music and
Oh,
just
weapon
fighting one
style.
target.
For weapon skill, yes.
Yeah. So for melee.
Fuck.
I will say, even though demons cannot die for the sake of narrative, this one can be forced back into the warp.
So we can theoretically beat it, we just can't kill it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Heavy metal
demons
sucks.
can't die in Warhammer. You just get them really tired and then they're like, we'll try again later.
Unless your demon
Okay.
is firing.
Just pew pew it into oblivion.
Is that
Exactly, yeah. Into
Alright.
into the warp.
Alright, so I'm actually gonna bust my XP, guys. I'm dead. I'm dead ass serious now. I don't care about what XP I have left. This is serious.
It is your turn, Lucian.
Alright. So, since we talked about it, I can expend XP to use my comrade advances, right?
Yes, but you don't have a comrade.
But here's what I want to argue though, with righteous oration,
Mm-hmm.
it's interesting to me. The Mistorim's priest's comrade forcefully recites litanians, inspiring all those who can hear him. Could I theoretically make that myself? Or
You can do that for everybody. It's just the only ones like the passives and stuff that you can apply to your comrades.
yeah, so I can basically I can perform it. It's just then I face exhaustion and I can't use it for the rest of the encounter. What does it mean
Yes.
when you're exhausted?
When you're exhausted,
Yeah.
disadvantage on stuff. So like negative modifiers, can't perform some actions.
I'll look it up, but I think I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll spend the 300 XP, which is all of my XP. So,
Okay.
I begin to recite essentially stories of the God Emperor, filling you guys with courage. You may
And
reroll.
determination.
You may reroll all damage rolls for the next round.
Wow,
Oh, that's kick-ass.
that is kick-ass.
All right. It is Astar's
Thanks,
turn.
God Emperor.
Star's turn? It's time, bro. So everyone just got guns on him.
Mhm.
So, it's good time. And obviously the one big giant thing in the room. That is a 27.
Okay. Is that so for your comrades, right?
From the camera, that's a 27. Yeah.
Yeah. So they succeed by 1 degree. Go ahead and roll the 2d10 and add 2 to it.
Okay. That is a 7 and a 6. That's 1 damage. Also, something earlier to question. So it says 1d10 plus 3 for las guns.
Okay.
So
Then
does
just add
it adds
3.
3 damage to it, and then there's an extra 1 damage from the success.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. So that would be 7 plus 6 plus 2. That is 21 damage.
So the lad's bolts shoot into him, and they leave a few singe marks, but he seems completely unfazed by it.
Oh.
Did you know you could re-roll it if you want, Evan? You know that, right?
Oh.
And I'll say as the DM, re-rolling it won't do anything.
Oh.
You're actually, I would say a 7 and a 6 is high enough. Their chances of getting higher than that are not very high. And even then it'd
It
only
was
be by...
just a search party mission, they said. It would be fast, they
It's an
said.
investigating mission.
So each of them has 3 frag grenades.
They do have 3 frag grenades.
Can I yeet those?
They have one more action, but pulling the pin would take an action.
So, no.
Okay, so I take a -10 penalty to everything, essentially.
Yes.
Alright, noted.
Cool. So, they can't really do anything.
Not anymore, no.
So, can they just pull out all their grenades so they can pull the pins next to them?
Say again?
Can they just prepare their grenades so that they can be ready to pull them next to?
Yes, but that would take their half action to put their weapons away,
I mean,
so that
it
they
didn't
wouldn't be able to
do
pull them
anything.
out.
It didn't
Well,
do
you still have a half action left, right?
Yes, but I'm saying he would have to put his weapons away to pull out all the grenades for his comrades. So he'd have to put away his weapons for his half action, and then they would have no weapons out, and they can't get the grenades out anymore.
No, I'm not saying anything about that. I'm just you could shoot again. That is something
Yeah.
you can do.
You can shoot again.
Yeah, maybe shooting again is a good idea. I don't know if it'll do anything, but
So shoot again.
yeah. So that's just rolling a percentage die again.
Yes.
Alright, that is a... Okay, so that's a 51.
Okay, so the shots go completely wide.
Yeah.
They shoot into the walls, but the blood seems to singe a little bit, and the walls are untouched, and more blood starts pouring out.
Oh. Okay, so... I want my bolt pistol.
Okay.
I'm gonna know. Shoot, I can shoot twice, right?
Yes, as a standard action.
Okay. I'm gonna do that. That is a 26.
Okay, so that'll hit, I believe. What's your ballistic skill?
My ballistic skill is 28. So yeah,
Okay, so yeah, you succeed by no degrees.
so that is... Oh, that's an 8. I'm gonna get much better than that. So that's 8 plus 5 damage.
Okay.
13 damage.
13 damage, so your shot manages to collide with him. Oddly enough, this time the sound is dampened heavily. You can't tell what by. But it's not just because of your ear, everybody else also can't hear it as well as it was last time. It's as if the room itself is dampening noise. And so the shot careens forward. He's going to expend a demon action.
It's over. It's over, boys.
So he raises his shield, and the bolt round bounces off of it and careens into the ceiling.
This is harassing.
He manages to also cast a Herald of the Warp. So let's see what he casts.
What?
93.
What?
Where's the Astartes when you need them? We saw them at the start of the campaign.
So you see his muscles get really bigger. Blood begins
by
to
the way-
seep out of his organs and his mouth as he just gets larger and seemingly stronger, and the fire in his eyes burns brighter. So now he's easier to hit, but he's tougher.
How much easier?
Yeah,
So you guys all get a +10 to hit him now.
So it undoes my exhaustion. Awesome.
Yes.
Yeah. So, for my next attack, can I aim for the eye?
You can, but you take a -10 penalty to that.
So
would I
you
be
just roll
able
normally.
to
I'm gonna roll normally.
Sorry, what were you saying, Lex?
Would I be able to send out a distress signal on my turn? Would I have something like that?
You can attempt it, but
Okay.
you are classified as being in the warp. So doing
Okay.
so would be not only very dangerous, but you might not even get through.
Okay.
Would I know if a comm device would go through the warp, or?
You don't know that you're in the warp, so as far as you're aware, the comm device might work.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, okay, cool.
So, Aster, what did you roll for your second attack?
For my second attack, I got a 24.
Okay, minus 10, so you're at 34. Your ballistic skill's 28, yeah?
Yeah, so with the plus 10, would that mean that it is a...
Oh yeah, it does negate it. So, no degrees of success, you do hit.
Yeah!
So roll the damage.
Straight 10, that's 15 damage.
Okay. So the bolt round collides into his face, and he kind of reels back a little bit, as the side of his face is kind of blown off a little bit, exposing some of the bright orange skull, but fire just seems to emerge and burn out from the hole. He looks more intimidating now.
Oh. But hey! Maybe wounded.
It is now Lex's turn. Sorry, your voice is cutting out.
Yeah. Can I? No, I heard you. I was just thinking about what I wanted to do.
Okay.
Can't. So. This is the demon, Seth. Okay. Okay. Can I hand out my sacred unigance to who's our?
I
Okay,
would
can I-
metagame knowledge. You should hand one to Rennie so that way his big gun doesn't jam,
Yeah. Okay. I'll hand one to Rennie.
and then you should hand one potentially to either Aster or Lucian.
I'll hand one to Lucian.
Okay.
Salute.
Salute, indeed. Would that count as a half action?
I'll say it's a half action for both.
Okay, and I would have to take their weapons and equip it. Yeah.
I'll say you can slap it on
Sure.
because it's a seal, so it'll take your full turn to do it, but you can slap them on.
Ka-chow. All right, now your weapons can't jam, boys.
Oh my god.
Brrrah.
All right. So now it is Rennie's turn.
Lovely.
Unless you want your servitor to do something, Lex.
Well, he's a slave anyways. Can I just have him walk up and just like
Attack.
what weapon? Yeah, just attack.
Okay, sure.
Cannon fodder.
Sure. Whatever his weapon skill is, it'll be a attack with his utility arms, so like a D10.
Okay. I feel like I just sent this man to a death wish.
It's not a man anymore. It's just a
True.
person that's trapped in their own body and sees their body walking up to a demon lord.
Somehow makes
is-
it worse.
That does make it worse. Why do you have to say that?
Because they're aware of what's going on. They just can't do anything.
9.
So he does hit. What's his weapon
Oh
skill?
my god. I don't know what his weapon school is. I have no idea.
We'll say it's probably like a 20 something. It's not very
Probably.
strong. So he has 2 degrees of success there. Congrats. Roll a D10 and add 2 to it.
A D3, you said?
A D10.
Oh, D10. Okay, my bad.
Oh, good.
3?
Okay, so he walks up and just hear bank as he hits this massive calf of this demon, and it does leave what seems to look like a bruise, but you can't really determine. It just kind of looks brighter. The demon looks down at him. He'll perform a legendary action. It's a demon action.
Dude,
Hey, use one of the demons on this one.
fuck the servitor, bro. Just step on
The
him.
servitor,
Destroy him.
the servitor, like twitches and like jolts.
I'm
and his-
sorry.
He turns around and his eyes are now engulfed in fire. He's possessed.
Oh.
Oh, come on.
This is
not-
revenge.
That was probably
The
worse.
soul possessing him is the guy that you killed earlier at the computers.
Yeah,
Do you
this is
hate it when
probably
your
what
slaves turn on you?
Yeah, right.
So it is now Rennie's turn.
It was inevitable, Darian.
What range is this demon at?
50 meters.
Okay. Right. So let's see.
Or my bad, 30. 30.
30?
Yeah. So it's like medium range.
Yeah. Rennie is going to have his comrades help him aim, and he is going to fire twice at, he'll only take a -10 if he goes for the head, right?
Yes. But with your +10, it negates it, so you're at 0 for it.
Okay. He's going to go for the head twice.
Okay.
And remember, you can reroll damage die.
He succeeds once by 3 degrees,
Okay.
and will succeed again by 1 degree.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your damage die for both attacks and add the 4 at the end, and whatever other modifiers you need to.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna be right back, guys. I have a really funny thing that I'm about to do. I'll be back.
Okay.
I have a really funny thing.
I have to pull out the calculator.
You're all good.
And if you want to reroll, you can.
Oh, I'm going to try 1 reroll. Oh, yeah, that helped. 40.
I've whipped out the calculator.
Intense.
Okay. He is going to fire twice at the head for a total of 110 damage.
What?
Nice job.
What?
So seeing these shots, he's going to raise his shield and perform a demonic action.
Yeah, I kind of saw that one coming.
So
It's
he
two
does get
separate
it
shots,
up
though.
in time for the second shot, but the first shot does create into him, and the second shot, because of it has so much force, it powered through his shield.
Oh!
So it'll do half damage. What was the total damage for the second shot you took?
The second shot was 57.
Okay, so it'll be halved down, rounded up, so 20, like 20. We'll say 27. Or no, 29. Or we'll say 28. Fuck it. 28
Okay.
points for the first one. And then 50. So yeah. All right. So he did hurt him a lot. So he pulls his shield back down, and the skin on his face is completely peeled back. So it's like disintegrated all the skin from his face. His horns are still there, and it's just a bunch of bone and fire now. And he shouts out, "Insufferable fools! Do you know who I am?" He'll perform another legendary demonic action, which will be his last one.
Guys, I think
his
I pissed it
tail-
off.
You see his tail click and clatter as it is just bone, and you see it like kind of wave a little bit, and then you hear a crunching and flesh sound as it starts pulling back, and you can see his skeleton pulling itself out of his backside essentially from where his tail is. So now his skeleton is another entity.
What?
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 Bruh. His skeleton, so his horns seem to like sunk into his face, and he's now just like a mass of fire and flesh, and then his skeleton is a mass of bone and ligaments. His skeleton, it's like on its arms, you see a bunch, like kind of like the Praetor blades from Doom, essentially. 2 bones like jut out from them, so he's got 2 swords, and he will dash forward at you all.
It's over.
No.
He's going to attack the 2 Imperial Guardsmen that are trying to help Rennie.
Not dually.
That is going to hit by 4 degrees of success. That one's going to hit by 1 degree.
I don't think that's fair.
Okay. So you can allot the damage to whoever you want. The first one is going to take 21 points of damage.
Oh.
And then the...
Somebody just leaves.
Yeah, I think that was the bot. That was the end of the song. And the second one is going to take 14 points of damage.
Oh, I think they both die.
Okay, so...
Check
both
on the
of them are-
14.
His armor should be gone from the first one, so he should take full damage.
Oh yeah, he's dead.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So yeah, both of them are dead.
It is now over. There is no
And-
more hope.
Yep. And then the Bones is also going to cast a Perils of the Warp. 60.
I need to play this, please. For
Okay.
everyone.
You see from the center mass, like the rib cage of this entity that formed itself from the fucking demon. A warp portal opens up, and a bloodletter lets itself through. And is now dangling in the rib cage of the demonic entity. So So I need Lucian to make a will save.
Okay.
Okay.
I take a -10 to it.
Yep.
Willpower save, is that what it is?
Yeah, essentially.
Oh shit! You are shitting me. I rolled 13 out of 29, -10, 19, 13 out of 19.
So you pass. Nothing happens as far as you're aware.
I don't want to play this game anymore.
Okay, it is now Castric's turn.
Can Rennie speak?
Yes.
Okay, Rennie's gonna say, I need someone to help me carry this gun up. I got one shot left.
Suck.
Can I,
It is not your turn.
No, okay.
Okay, so could you describe the layout at this point?
Yes, it is a 100 by 100 room. You guys are near the center of it. The actual demon itself is about 30 meters away from you guys. The servitor is right next to his right leg, because his right leg takes up an area of 4 squares, which is 20 feet. His skeleton, which is similar in height, but is way thinner. It is right in front of Remy. So essentially, you guys are all in one big group because you guys haven't moved at all. So it's Remy's off to the right, Lucian's in the middle, kind of up front. Astar is in the middle with his 2 companions behind Lucian. You are in the back, and Lex is towards the left. So it's kind of like in a diamond formation.
Okay.
2 comrades that were helping Rennie are dead. The skeleton is right in front of Remy, so he's near all of you. But he's so you guys have a +30 to hit him since it's basically point blank. And then there's a bloodletter inside of his ribcage, which is essentially a small demon.
Wait. So there's a bloodletter inside of the skeleton?
Yes, it's inside the ribcage. That's where the warp portal formed for it.
Oh, okay.
What if it's a mech suit?
I'm going to motion to Reiner, my Imperial Guard, to the gun. And he's going to go over and assist Remy as much as he can.
Okay, so Remy, you will gain control of that comrade until he takes it back, essentially.
Lovely.
And then, so there's the skeleton one, and then the one made out of flesh, right?
Yes. So you've got the prime demon, which summoned the skeleton, and then the skeleton right next to you.
How far is the prime demon?
He's about 30 meters.
Okay, I'm gonna send you a message.
Okay.
You guys ready to die? Yeah. So,
Nobody's gonna die.
I don't know.
Besides our comrades.
I mean, honestly, it's not a
True.
bad time to die. If you die, you get to go to bed. Except for me. Except for me. I'm stuck here.
Okay. So you all see your medic pull out this, like, violet green vial, and Lex, if you want to roll an intelligence with plus 20 to it, you can. Did you catch that?
Okay.
Caden?
Sorry, I got a message.
All good. So everybody sees your Medicaid pull out like a green vial that has like a syringe on it. If you want to roll an intelligence modifier of plus 20, you can probably determine what it is.
I pass.
Okay. So nobody else knows what it is, but you know that this is essentially a miniature virus bomb.
Huh?
It's a virus bomb in a syringe. It was a prototype that you saw being worked on in the Mechanicus recently.
Okay.
Do you know what a virus bomb is?
I do know what a virus bomb is. I was just like saying, huh? Because that's pretty insane.
Yeah. So it's like a small one. Do you want to move towards the demon? Azaric.
Yeah, I would like to take the charge action,
Okay, you're able to get up to him.
and then as charging, I get a plus 20 to my weapon skill, and I just want to stab it in.
Okay, go ahead and do it.
What's the bonus? Because I'm like right next to him, and he's such a big creature.
Probably a plus 60.
Oh, geez. Okay, I don't think there's a way I could fail this. So my
No,
weapon
it's,
skills, 28
Mhm.
plus 20 for charging, plus 60. That's 108. So I guess we'll see how many degrees of freedom I get, or degrees of success.
Mhm.
Okay, I get 6 degrees of success.
All right, awesome. Go ahead and roll a D100 for damage.
Oh.
Okay, 79.
Okay, so he's got to beat a 79. He fails. So essentially, you see your Medicaid shout out, "For the Emperor!" and run straight headfirst into this demon, and stab him with a syringe. And on the point that he stabs and injects this, whatever this is, you see the flesh on this demon begin to just blacken and start fading away as if like something's eating at it. And you can see the internal components of his leg being chewed away at. So he has 4 rounds. He cannot move because his right leg is now disabled. It is top of the round, the demon's turn.
Oh.
It's just one round. No rerolls, by the way. Rerolls is gone.
Oh,
Okay.
could I re-roll that poison damage?
It's
If you want to, yeah.
damage die, yeah.
Okay, it went up by 3 points, so 82.
Okay. I'll re-roll the rounds they had. Oh, better for you. He has 1 round left. So you
Oh,
see
dang.
the
Wait,
virus.
is it guys in a round?
Yeah. So essentially, the virus goes haywire, and within like a blink of an eye, he's already eaten up to his torso. Both of his legs are gone because he doesn't have his bone structure anymore. So he's essentially just half a body, and he's snarling. It doesn't look like it's painful for him, and it doesn't even look like he's taking damage in a sense. It's just like his physical manifestation is going away. So he'll cast a psychic ability for his turn.
Oh, so when you meant last demon ability, you meant last demon ability, and he's got two other types of abilities. I see how it is.
Demon's abilities are essentially like legendary actions.
But they
Can
also
perform
have
them
But he
legendary
also has legendary actions.
It was interchanged. I said legendary action, and then I said or demon ability.
Okay, so they're the same thing.
Yes, it's just I've messed up my wording.
Okay.
So, okay. Let's see. So, Kazrin, or Kazric, my bad.
Yes.
You are floating 10 feet in the air,
Oh.
and so is the servitor. Everything around him in a 10-meter radius is floating.
Interesting.
All right. It is now the skeleton's turn. The skeleton, seeing his master like basically decaying in front of him, is going to get down on all fours and like slither across the ground and shove himself into the remaining torso of the demon since it's floating. So he can now walk again, but the virus bomb is still eating away at him. The bloodletter has died because it has been consumed by the internals of the fucking demon.
Nice.
It is now Lucian's turn.
Okay, since we already said that we pulled out our guns before we
Yes.
blew down this door, he will aim and then fire.
Okay.
So, it's plus 10 because he's so big, minus 10, and then plus 10 again because I spent half an action
Yes.
aiming. Alright, come on. Well, a 69, the best number there is, does not do it.
You shoot wide.
Yep.
Aster's turn.
Alright. So, for the heavy gun, do we need one more? Is there one more needed on that to be able to fire it?
I don't think so.
Rennie, you need another man.
The more the merrier. Help me aim.
Alright, I'm gonna send Skylar, the man, to get that gun up and running. And I'm going to have... Now also, I have another question. Can I throw a grenade before then? With Sky?
What do you mean, throw a grenade before
So, the soldiers have grenades.
that? Yes.
Does it take an entire action to basically get Sky on the gun?
Yes, it'll take his full movement to get over there, and then an action to jump onto the gun.
Okay, so this guy's just gonna do that. Joel's gonna yeet a grenade, and we're gonna roll for that.
Yeah, so pulling the pin is a half action and throwing the grenade.
All right, and that is a 27 to hit.
It's not. There isn't like a 2-hit. You just roll the damage in the area.
Oh, very cool.
But Kazric is going to take the damage as well.
Oh, that's bad.
So is the servitor.
Yeah. The server is still currently possessed, but it can't move or do anything because it's floating.
So
Wait, then I
so he's like double possessed, because he doesn't have control of his body, and his body doesn't have control of his body anymore.
Oh shit! It's Inception.
All right, so on second thought, of being reminded of the fact of that, you should probably just use a normal gun.
Well, she does have to pull it back out.
And that takes half an action?
Yes, so she can get one shot in.
Yeah, it's worth it, I guess. We'll do that.
Okay, roll to hit.
That's a 44.
That will miss.
Yeah. And it is now time for Astar. It's gonna use his bolt pistol because it's working. It's just working.
Okay, do keep in mind that you only have 5 shots left.
I do only have 5 shots. I'm hoping to God, or I'm hoping to the Emperor, that it only
you
takes
go.
5 shots. And that is a... So yeah, that's a 40.
You shoot wide. The bolt goes way too off to the left and careens into the wall. But the blood seems to like absorb it. Like it doesn't explode or anything. The blood just kind of like eats it up essentially.
To make sure there were no bonuses, right?
No.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Well, the plus 10 to hit, but you have like a 28 for your ballistic skill, and that would have only brought it down to like a 34.
Barely
So-
often.
Yep.
Anyways, next attack. That is a 36, and with the plus 10, that actually does it bring it down?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that hits. So no degrees of success, so go ahead and roll for damage.
All right, that is 9 plus 5, 14 damage.
Okay, so the bolt slams into his chest, speeding up the virus bomb effect. So he actually does let out like a faded scream as his skeleton falls back into the warp portal. The servitor is no longer possessed, and the warp portal itself seems to, like, the whole room goes black for a split second, and then the room is back to the normal size, and you guys are actually still in the hallway just outside of the room.
Wait, we just appeared outside of the room where we
Yeah,
were
'cause-
when we blew the door down.
Yeah, because you guys never entered the room, and you guys didn't really move. The only one inside of the room is Kazric, and the servitor next to him, and they're on top
Did-
of this little pedestal as they like fall to the ground because their gravity is back to normal.
Did
Warp confuses me.
everyone see that, or did I have too much smoke earlier?
Lucian will turn to him and say, "No, I think we did fight a heretic demon." And he'll begin to move towards Kasric.
Kazar's gonna start pulling out the comm device immediately.
Guess
Also,
see boys.
your servitor examines the area around him because it's like, wait, why am I over here? And it thinks for a moment, and then it actually sees this red and black crystal with like a little orb at the center of it, and it's kind of
no.
glowing. Now, it's not a threat. You've actually seen these before, and you've had to examine them. It's essentially a warp. You could equate it to like a sound file for the warp. It's the warp when it crystallizes a moment in time, and it solidifies it, and it can be examined and looked in upon. Actually,
Huh.
so it's kind of like an audio and video file, but in crystallic form.
The more you know.
I assume you want your servitor to pick it up.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't want to touch the thing, but you know.
He picks it up
He's
with his
walking it
utility arm. The utility arm where he picks it up seems to grow a little blacker,
Yeah, that's why I don't want to touch it.
but it doesn't like disintegrate or anything.
Yeah.
Also, you all gain 600 XP.
Yo,
Wow.
very nice, thank you.
Fighting
Hey,
a demon
I
tempt
can
to
do
that.
what I just did twice now, boys. You can reroll your damage dice twice if I so choose.
Hey.
Very cool.
So, Kazric, you pull out the comms device and immediately go to the same number. The transmission is going through. And then you're on the other side. Yes, Kazric?
We finished exploring the cellar.
Oh, do tell.
The prototype is a success.
It was. What did you use it on?
Well, there's a portal that opened up, and a demon lord came out.
A demon?
Yes.
Okay, give me 1 second. And you kind of hear him on the other side dialing another, number. And then you hear very quickly, yes. Yeah. I need you to go to the mansion immediately. Okay, thank you. And then you hear him, kind of end the call, and he says, the Imperial Fist will be over there in a few minutes.
Okay. We drove him back for now, but we also found this crystal. I have no idea what it does, but
That will be Inquisitor property. I would highly advise you to stay there, and I'll come to you.
Okay.
All right, and then he hangs up immediately.
Lucian. This isn't a quiet conversation, I imagine.
No. And
No,
actually, really soon after that conversation happens, you can hear the thunder of Valkyries overhead.
Lucian says to
Valkyries, okay.
Kasich, so I presume you're not a normal soldier then, with the whole prototype thing, apparently.
No, I'm a medic. Medic by choice. Medic by training. Just a prototype bioweapon I was testing out for the Inquisitor.
Yeah, probably got his family of his to pull a few strings.
Rico.
Okay, I admit what you did was very successful.
And you're not that bad for a Rico. Albeit bad in general terms, but not that bad for a Rico.
We can compromise there.
Well, that certainly explains why he didn't give us comms. He only gave you a comm.
Well, I don't know if that was the reason, but I was the only one to ask.
Fair, I guess.
Nonetheless, I'm just glad we're all, well, mostly all of us are still alive.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I hope Shrek's still alive.
Oh, he's in the outhouse. You know he is.
He's in the outhouse with somebody.
I assume you all head topside?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you go over to the door and you knock, and you can hear Shrek lift himself off of the doors, and they were kind of caving in, so it kind of looked like they were about to break, but then he popped off it, and then they went back to their normal state.
Do we bring the crystal with us?
Yeah, the servitor is currently holding it.
Okay.
So you head outside,
Real quick.
I assume, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Lucian will. But as soon as he does, he will just hug Shrek's leg and just pat it.
Okay. Outside, you all can see in bright yellow armor with the insignia of a fist on their pauldrons. There are about 40 to 50 space marines with a bane blade in the middle of the road. And you can see Tanya, and she's being escorted out by some guards. And immediately, one of the space marines grabs her by the head, crushes it, and then another one, in midair, destroys her whole body with his bolter.
It's beautiful.
So you just hear the fucking, you hear the noise of it boom boom as the fucking bolts just launch into her body, and it explodes all over the place, even getting on their armor, but they don't seem to care.
So wait, she just got executed with bolts?
Yes. Those aren't bolts. That's a miniature cannon.
Yeah. So so essentially, Aster, you have a bolt pistol. These are bolters. They're a larger caliber, have a bigger kick, and typically, if you're going a heavy weapon specialist, would wield one of these as a LMG that needs to be mounted. There are also heavy bolters, which you also see a couple of those, which essentially are a bigger caliber and bigger bolters. And so, as you guys come out, one of the Space Marines looks towards you and points his bolter at you for a second, but then you see your Inquisitor kind of put his hand on the bolter and lower it. They have a small little conversation that's 2 words, and then the Space Marine motions for you all to leave the vicinity.
As they're leaving, Lucian will puff up his chest and say, "To the Emperor."
The Emperor.
Yes, very much so. And then with a loud boom, you hear the Bane Blade's cannon go off, and the whole mansion explodes.
Oh.
And I'm talking like you turn around and there's like a bright light and it like forces you to look away, and when you turn back there's just a massive crater where it was. The whole thing is gone.
Jeez.
So Lucian's mouth is aghast, and then he turns to Arius and he says, "So Lex, did you get any information? Do we still need information to prove that this is a heresy, or?"
Lex so the Inquisitor holds up his hand and he says, "I'm sure that Lex got enough information, didn't you?"
Yes, sir.
Figured.
Here you go.
I assume you hand him the datas?
Yeah.
Alright. He takes them and he immediately pockets them. And he turns to one of the Space Marines, presumably the leader of the group. His like helmet is a little bit different. It's got a giant crown on it, almost not like a halo, but like an actual crown with like bright yellow gems in it. He's also got like a white cloak on his right pauldron, and he also has a thunder hammer situated on his hip, and then a storm bolter in his left hand. And he just kind of nods to the Inquisitor, and the Inquisitor just starts walking away as the rest of the Space Marines go over to the crater area. And you can see, like, pretty much everything is gone, but there's still bits of rubble, and they essentially just go over and systematically destroy each piece of rubble with their bolters.
Huh.
Talk about overkill.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, when it involves chaos and the ever-approaching doom of humanity, you gotta take it pretty seriously.
As you guys are heading over to the Valkyrie dropship that the Inquisitor brought down to get there, you look around and you can see that the Space Marines are now gathering up the farmers that were out in the fields into a mass of people. They're even pulling out the bishop. And once they get the bishop out of the building, they blow that up with the Bane Blade. And they're essentially gathering everybody up into the crater that was once the mansion. And you don't see what happens to them, but you hear another loud bang as the doors of the Valkyrie dropship close.
We're the good guys, guys!
And I thought I liked big guns.
Lucian will kind of just...
The Inquisitor is standing tall, seemingly unfazed by the whole thing.
He'll turn to the Inquisitor. What about the people who were innocent?
There were no innocents. The town was corrupt.
But it seemed like the bishop had a hold.
He holds up his hand to interrupt you. He says, "It's best not to dwell on these things."
Okay.
"Don't worry," and he kind of like pats your shoulder and says, "You got the promotion. You're now an acolyte for me. Good job, each one of you."
We're promoted.
Real fulfilling work we're doing here.
I know, you'll be doing more of it too, because there are lots of jobs that need to be done.
Welcome to Warhammer 40k, boys.
We're gonna need
And
more
we'll end the
guns.
session there.
Just-
I want to thank you all for joining me. It was a lot of fun to run this and DM this, and I appreciate the opportunity given to me.
No, thank you for running it. It was very well planned.
I need to lay back for a moment.
This is an experience, bro.
I was sitting there and I was like, this is a blast. And I was like, oh shit, there just went 4 more blasts. Everyone's dead.
Wow, what do you know? That's Warhammer for you.
You know,
Everyone you love is gonna die. A horrible, painful death.
this was worth the 4 hours it took to make this character sheet.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still had no idea what I was doing, but it worked.
But,
If you want to,
I had a
did
good
you end the
time.
stream, Lucky?
Not yet. But
Okay.
yeah, we'll be live again with Odd next weekend. The normal campaign story.
Sorry, it's not going to be 4 explosions in the matter of 15 seconds with public executions everywhere. Everyone's a heretic. Nah, but don't worry, we get to fight a ship. Tune in next time on AOV.
Yeah, what he said, but less stupid of what he said. Anyway,
Ouch, dude.
goodbye.
Less 80